Great. Good morning. Thank you all for joining us today for the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I'm Courtney Bailey, Board Specialist and today's Board Clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons, both in person and remotely on Zoom. Swati Sharma, Executive Officer, Shayna Avila, Staff Engineer, Sheena Brooks, Operations and Outreach Manager, Lauren Chandler, Ombuds, Greg Forrest, Board Counsel, Jeannie Lau, Administrative Liaison, Evelyn Nuno, Board Specialist, Linda Ocampo, Senior Staff Engineer, Firdos Permirza, Environmental Program Manager, and Marcus Raymond, Senior Environmental Scientist. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is August 27th at 10:31 a.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia?
Present.
Member Brostrom?
Here.
Member Gomez?
Here.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Here.
And Chair Rakestraw.
Here.
Thank you. All members are present and a quorum is established.
Thank you, Courtney. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker will be attending this meeting remotely. In accordance with the Bagley-Keene open meeting law, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker is required to visibly appear on camera during the open portion of the meeting. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, please confirm whether there are any other individuals 18 years of age or older present with you in the room.
There is no one else present, Chair.
Thank you very much. Courtney, please continue with the meeting logistics.
Thank you. I will now review some logistical items. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language option by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. Next slide. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide, and they will also be provided in the Zoom chat. The numbers are also located on our website. Next slide. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table outside the entrance of the room. They can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov under Next Meeting. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or unable to make verbal comments. If you wish to have your written Q&A comment read out loud during a public comment session, please begin your comment with "Please read aloud." To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or Q&A. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only presenters' videos and screens will be shared. Next slide. We are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. There are several different ways in which you can participate. For in-person participants wishing to be recognized for comment, please raise your hand to prevent a line from forming at the podium, and I will call you up individually. For those joining on Zoom, during public comment, you can raise your virtual hand on Zoom or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. To ensure the board is able to hear comments from all members of the public who wish to comment today, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make a comment. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please request that at the start of your comment. For those commenting in Spanish, time will be doubled to allow for translation. Our public forum for items not on the agenda, Agenda item number 8 will be held at approximately 3:35 p.m. If you would like to express your comments in writing, you may submit your comment via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting, and I will now hand it over to Chair Rakestraw for agenda item number 2.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Good morning and welcome to today's Board of Environmental Safety meeting. For those who are new to the board is a 5-member board created by Senate Bill 158 in 2021, which enacted fiscal and regulatory reforms to the Department of Toxic Substances Control to improve transparency, accountability, and fiscal stability. The board members here represent the general public interest, protect public health, and reduce risks of toxic exposure with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. We appreciate your participation today as we work collectively to achieving the goals and objectives set forth in SB 158. So turning to a few exciting announcements. I'm sure many of you have seen the news, but last week Governor Newsom announced the reappointment of Sushma Bhatia to the board. I'm thrilled that Member Bhatia will continue to bring her deep intelligence and thoughtful and visionary style to this board. I'm also pleased today to welcome Jeannie Lau, who joins our board staff as an administrative liaison. I'd like to welcome Jeannie, who I don't think who is out front, and I encourage those in the audience to stop by and say hi. So turning to today's agenda, we'll begin with a report from Executive Officer Swati Sharma, which will include an update on action items from our July meeting by our ombudsperson, Lauren Chandler. We will then hear reports from individual board members. We will then be joined by DTSC Director Katie Butler as she provides us with her leadership report, including departmental news, a permitting update, and updates to Director Butler's proposed fiscal year 2025 and 26 departmental priorities that were first introduced at the July 15th board meeting. The board will hear public comments and then consider the director's priorities for approval. After the board vote, we will take a lunch break. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. with an update from BES staff engineer Shana Avila and DTSC's Permitting Division Chief Wayne Lawrenson regarding DTSC's Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report that provides a revised schedule for the Glencore Recycling Facility located in the city of San Jose. Following the presentation, we will hear public comments specific to the updated permit schedule shared today. The board will then consider the updated schedule for a possible vote. We will not be discussing the merits of the facility permit renewal, only the schedule that's presented by DTSC. Following that, we'll hear recommendations from BES Senior Environmental Scientist Raymond Marcus on the fiscal year, Marcus Raymond, on the fiscal year 2025 to 26 proposed fee rates, which the board will vote on today. Public forum for items not on the agenda will begin at approximately 3:35 p.m., followed by the review and consideration of approval of our July 14th and 15th meeting minutes. And finally, Vice Chair Hacker will close out the day by reviewing action items. So we'll now turn to agenda item 3, where I'd like to introduce our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, to provide us with her Executive Officer report. She will be joined by Ombuds Lauren Chandler to provide us with an update on the board's action items from our July board meeting, and we will then hear reports from individual board members. Now hand it over to you, Executive Officer Sharma.
Great. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So today I will review board and hiring updates, the 2025 and 2026 board meeting schedule, the tentative HWMP plan timeline, BES budget update, action items and public inquiries from our previous board meeting, as well as board member update. Next slide, please. As Chair Rakestraw mentioned, board member Sushma Bhatia has been reappointed by the governor for a 4-year term, so we are very excited about that. We also have AGPA Jeannie Lau. A little bit of background about Jeannie Lau. She has over 25 years of experience as an administrative professional working directly with the general public, supporting executive and governmental officials, managing vendors, collaborating with cross-functional teams in various departments, in global corporations, higher education, and various government agencies. Born and raised in the Bay Area, she has a personal mission to help build a sustainable and resilient future for California. She is committed to community participation, transparency, and ensuring that impacted communities are provided by informing the public of pending issues, decisions, and upcoming events. We're really excited to have Jeannie as part of our BES team. Also, it's showing online. Oh, okay, okay. For those in the room, I think we might be having some issues with the slides, so hopefully you have a meeting packet that you can follow along with. We have some in the front. Okay, there we go. All right. Also, to round out our BES team, we have a posting of an environmental scientist. The final filing date for that is August 29th, so please go to our BES website and spread the word about this job posting. Next slide, please. Our last BES meeting for 2025 will be in November. The exact date is still to be announced. We likely will be holding it here in Sacramento, but more information will be provided on our website. Also, these are our 2026 tentative dates. These may change. So again, our website will have the most updated dates. So please check back and stay tuned. At our board meetings, I will be giving regular updates when there are changes to dates as well as locations. Next slide, please. As DTSC and the board has spent a significant amount of time this year focusing on the hazardous waste management plan. Here is the updated tentative timeline. So in late September, early October, there will be a revised draft plan that will be publicly released. In October, co-hosted with DTSC, we will hold a virtual public webinar where DTSC will present their revisions on the draft plan. And in November, we anticipate a board vote on the plan. Next slide, please. In terms of 24-25 budget updates, I have numbers through the end of May, and I am hoping by our next board meeting in November, I will have our end of year 24-25 budget update, as well as our anticipated budget for 25-26. As a reminder, we are authorized for 5 board members and 12 staff positions for a total budget of $2.816 million. And through the end of May, the total board expenditure has been $2.38 million, with a remaining budget of $391,375. If any board members would like any more details about that budget and the breakdown, I'm happy to share that with you. And now I will turn it over to our ombuds, Lauren Chandler, to go through our action items from board members, as well as public inquiries from our last board meeting.
All right, there we go. Good morning. There were 7 action items recorded from the board for DTSC. And that's fun. Okay. Good morning again. There were 7 action items recorded from the board for DTSC and 8 public inquiries received during the public meeting held on July 17th at Cali, PA headquarters in Sacramento. The director's office has responded to all of them. Next slide. Our first item from the board is from member Bhatia, who requested information about the liabilities that Atlas Iron and Metal will be held responsible for within the community. The DTSC Director's Office responded with information about the plea agreement, which will require Atlas to pay $1 million in restitution to the Los Angeles Unified School District, permanently cease all operations at its Alameda Street property, fulfill DTSC mandated remediation requirements to ensure site cleanup, and many other conditions. This response was sent to member Bhatia on July 21st and has been logged as complete. Next slide. Member Gomez requested more information about the $70 million being allocated to the X-side cleanup as indicated in DTSC's leadership report and how that money will be spent. Director Butler responded during July's meeting, stating that there would be more complete information available at the end of the year, closer to the NPL EPA decision. So this item is flagged for follow-up at our November public meeting in Southern California, or up here, wherever it is. Next slide. Member Brostrom requested information on DTSC's biomonitoring program, the criteria that DTSC uses for biomonitoring, and how the program is used. The Director's Office responded with information about the multi-agency collaborative initiative with the California Department of Public Health, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and DTSC. DTSC's primary role in this collaboration is to develop laboratory methods and to test specimens for persistent organic compounds. DTSC also works to analyze and interpret the data, as well as evaluate the efficacy of regulatory programs. This response was forwarded to Member Brostrom and has been logged as complete. Next slide. Chair Rakestraw asked if DTSC is utilizing existing resources to address the Director's priorities or if they will need any new resources. The Director's Office assured us that no additional resources are needed at this time, and this item has been logged as complete. Next slide. Pertaining to the SB 673 Track 2 agenda item, Member Gomez asked for the information that DTSC uses to define sensitive receptors. The Director's Office provided links to California Health and Safety Code 25200.21c, which identifies a partial list of sensitive receptors as schools, child care facilities, residences, hospitals, and elder care facilities, and which DTSC currently utilizes when referring to sensitive receptors. This item is logged as complete. Next slide. Pertaining to the EJAC update, members Brostrom and Gomez requested training for the EJAC members to help them learn about DTSC, its organization, and its role with the facilities it oversees. BES has been informed that several briefings have taken place with most of the members and is ongoing. This item has been logged as complete. Next slide. Regarding an inquiry that Mr. Philip Chandler sent via email regarding the availability of a U.S. Geological Survey lead evaluation report, DTSC responded with the following. USGS is still in process of developing the lead attribution methodology. When ready, it will be added to DTSC's suite of available tools and approaches. This response was sent to Mr. Chandler on August 13th and has been logged as complete. Next slide. Moving on to the inquiries received from the public at July's board meeting. Next slide. Angela Johnson-Mazzaros of Earth Justice requested a copy of the Environmental Justice Training module currently being utilized by DTSC. The Director's Office responded that DTSC will be rolling out trainings on both public participation and environmental justice. These trainings are to be utilized internally, but they are developing ways to address the requests from the public to see them. This item is logged as complete. Next slide. Up next, Miguel Alatorre from Unidos Network asked about DTSC's public participation training. The Director's Office responded by letting us know that the training that was being referenced is for DTSC employees and is not available to the public at this time. This response was sent to Mr. Alatorre on July 21st and is logged as complete. Next slide. Don Kepke from SEEB also asked about DTSC's public participation training. The response from the Director's Office remains, this training is currently unavailable for the public, but may be available for review at a later date. Next slide. Additionally, Ms. Kepke requested information about how DTSC's environmental chemistry lab is currently funded and whether there is any interest in expanding that funding, possibly looking at new funding structures. The Director's Office responded with information about the various program accounts that are currently funding ECL support. This information was forwarded to Ms. Kepke on July 25th, and this item has been logged as complete. Next slide. Our final inquiry from Ms. Kepke was an ask about whether DTSC is collaborating with other boards or departments under the Cal EPA umbrella on PFAS investigations. Per the Director's Office, DTSC is currently developing a PFAS action plan consistent with Director's Priority Number 4. This response was forwarded on July 25th and is logged as complete. Next slide. Brian Cadena from Unitas Network requested information about which facilities under DTSC's jurisdiction contain or process PFAS. PFAS are not currently classified as hazardous waste in the U.S., though they are increasingly being recognized as a concern. This information was forwarded to Mr. Cadena on July 21st and is logged as complete. Next slide. A member of the public named Daniel had requested information about any additional resources for training for the public that DTSC might offer, other than the California Compliance School with Kern Community College. The Director's Office let us know that there is not any specific training available to the public at this time, and this information was forwarded to the community member on July 25th with a referral to the RAO's office. This item is logged as complete. Next slide. And finally, Ms. Johnson-Mazzaros requested a copy of the contract with the EJAC consultant. A copy of the scope of work was sent on July 25th, and this item has been logged as complete. Thank you for your attention.
Great. Thank you so much, Lauren. That was, we had a lot of inquiries last time around, so thank you for following up on that. Now we will turn to board member reports, where board members will give a recap of what they have been working on over the last few months and any tours and visits that they have conducted or will be conducting. First, we'll turn over to Member Bhatia to give us an update on the subcommittees that Member Bhatia is part of: fees, hazardous waste management plan, and SCP metrics. Member Bhatia?
Thank you, Swati. Okay, let's start with fees. From a subcommittee standpoint, Chair Rakestraw and I are part of the fee subcommittee. We've been working very closely with DTSC's finance department and with the board staff to understand the fee condition statements and begin to craft the scenarios that you will later see in the course of our board meeting. So I won't share too much about it, but to set the context, the fund condition statement summarizes the appropriated amount and shows us the revenues collected through fees, and then shows us the options we have available as a board to make sure that the revenues match the appropriated amount. So we're going to talk more about that. That's fees. For the second thing, we'll talk about hazardous waste management plan. As you all know, through the course of the last couple of board meetings, we as a subcommittee between Ingrid and I provided extensive feedback, and there was also inputs from the rest of the board members on the draft hazardous waste management plan. Over the last few days, we've had the opportunity to sit with Mandy's team and understand how they are reframing and reworking the hazardous waste management plan. While we haven't dug into the substance of the revised plan, we have been able to see that they have framed this new updated plan in the context of some principles that we had previously proposed. So again, looking forward to seeing more on the updated plan, but also grateful that Mandy and her team have spent plenty of time diligently working through the updates and feedback we provided. That's number two. Number three is metrics. Just to recap where we were on the metric side, we had, between Ingrid and I, had done some work with the DTSC team on the proposed hazardous waste management program metrics, and those metrics are continuing to be open in terms of receiving more feedback from community. In parallel, Andrew and I started reviewing the SCP metrics. We haven't actually dug into the specific metrics, but we had an opportunity to sit through a Green Ribbon Science panel discussion on metrics and come up with some initial thoughts on what the metrics process could look like, and some initial thoughts on what outputs are already being measured and what outcomes the program is holistically looking to drive. In addition to putting our internal thoughts together, we've also met with the SCP team to craft the beginnings of what the process could look like and how do we drive public engagement from the start of the process. So those are the three updates.
Thank you so much, Member Bhatia. Now turning to Member Brostrom to give us an update about CVCI, EJAC, hazardous waste management plan metrics for the hazardous waste management program, SSFL, and SB 673. Thank
That's
you.
it. That's
That's
all.
it.
Okay. So I will start with the metrics. So Sushma gave an overview of kind of where we're at. We are continuing to, review different suggestions that come in for the metrics for the hazardous waste management program. And we are continuing to discuss and figure out how to foster transparency in terms of, how we are considering the metrics that have come in and the ones that are not selected. So that is ongoing conversation about how we can be responsive to that request, which we have heard from the public. For the hazardous waste management plan, in addition to meeting internally with the DTSC team, we've also met with a number of stakeholders who have provided additional thoughts and suggestions, recommendations, including from the National Diversity Council, the California Environmental Justice Coalition, and the Golden Gate Environmental Justice Law Clinic. In terms of the EJAC, we have both met internally and we also have met with the co-chairs of the EJAC committee in order to maintain open lines of communication, discuss what their needs are, how we should partner in the future. And so we're hoping this is a ongoing conversation with the co-chairs as they launch and figure out their work plan. In addition to those meetings, also had an opportunity to meet with other stakeholders, including a representative from Waste Management, and then also wanted to report that I will be attending the next meeting on the community considerate cleanups, which is tomorrow. All right, that's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Member Brostrom. Now turning to Member Gomez to give us updates about CVCI, EJAC, Exide, as well as Ombuds.
Hello. So some of it has already been shared and I would just add, not much on CVCI. We're really are just working on doing some of the evaluation, but as we all know, it's not very active, so it's not much that the committee has been working on. In relation to EJAC, also Ingrid has stated what we've been doing, trying to see how we can work with the council, but also we'll be doing a follow-up with DTSC to ensure that the council has been set up, that they can be successful in what they're charged to do, which is from the lens of the community, identify ways in which they can improve DTSC. So want to make sure that that happens. In relation to Exide, I continue to participate in the working group. We met last Friday, where we heard from the third-party monitor in terms of what they're doing, which is now extending their work on the pathways in relation to the cleanup. They haven't really found anything that is substantial in terms of worrisome, in terms of the approach of the cleanup. There will be an ETAG meeting that the group is working on, and I believe that is scheduled to be September 4th. It is a hybrid meeting, and this is just to report to the greater community and what's been going on with the cleanup and making DTSC available for the community. I'll be participating via hybrid. Let's see what else. There's been an interest of Assemblymember Galosa in engaging a little bit stronger on what's on the status of the cleanup. So DTSC has been working very closely with the Assemblymember briefings and including them in the working group as well. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Gomez. And now we will turn to Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker to give an update about metrics for the Hazardous Waste Management Program, as well as SB 673. or any other?
Thank you. In addition to what Member Brostrom indicated on hazardous waste management program, we are hopeful in working with staff and DTSC to bring to a vote at our November meeting the metrics for the permitting and enforcement program. And we very much appreciate the thoughtful comments that, as Member Brostrom noted, that we've received to date. So with that, it would be good to get that done at our November meeting. I don't have anything new to add on SB 673, neither track 1 nor track 2, since the update from the director's office at our last meeting. I'll mention that I worked with the chair and our executive officer to prepare for last week's legislative oversight hearing and found the comments from the various panelists and the public participants very interesting and informative. And then lastly, I helped to lay the groundwork for tomorrow's tour for Chair Rakestraw and board staff of the Newbie Island landfill, which has multi-functions in terms of recycling, landfilling, and other critical operations in that part of the South Bay of the Bay Area. That's it. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you, Member Strauss-Hacker. Now turning to Chair Rakestraw to give us an update on fees, SCP metrics, ombuds, and any other tour updates.
Thanks so much, Executive Officer. I'll first start with, well, I'll go through a few different things. The first is the joint legislative oversight hearing. As Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker mentioned, that was held last Wednesday. That's a requirement of SB 158, which requires the director and the chair to regularly appear, or annually appear before a joint session to give an update on DTSC's performance as compared to its objectives. I won't go through all of the details, but I would just wanted to particularly thank those members of the public who both joined the various panels as well as provided public comments after each of the 3 panels. I know we took very detailed notes and really appreciate the public comment on that. So that's the joint oversight hearing. On metrics, I think Member Bhatia pretty much covered it. On fees, similar, I think just one thing to add was that, can't remember if you mentioned this, Member Bhatia, but we met with SEEB on Monday to have a discussion with SEEB and its membership about fees as well prior to the board vote later this afternoon. And then on tours, as Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker mentioned, tomorrow I'll be getting a tour along with several board staff of the Newbie Island landfill. Next week, I will be getting a tour along with several others, including many from DTSC, of the EcoBat facility. And then we'll hold a community meeting with the Clean Air Coalition and Earth Justice the evening before. And then also kind of going out to the end of September, there's a planned site visit to the Kettleman City, or to the Kettleman Hills facility, as well as a community meeting as well. And I know several DTSC staff and board staff will be joining that tour as well. That's all from me.
Thank you. That's all I have for this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Executive Officer, and thank you to board members for your updates. Let's open the floor for board discussion. Does anyone have any questions or comments in response to the report from Executive Officer Swati Sharma, Lauren, or our fellow board members? Okay. Oh, I did have a question actually on Exide. I guess this is from Member Gomez. So I joined a sampling tour about a month or 2 ago. And I was wondering if you had any information or heard anything about the results of that sampling survey and kind of if there's anything to say on that. This might also be a question for Director Butler or others as well.
Yeah, no, they haven't, there hasn't been the conversation in terms of the process that was identifying what the outcome is so far. So perhaps the next meeting that we might have.
All right, thank you, board members. Let's go to Courtney. Please open the floor for public comments on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll now open the floor for public comment regarding agenda item number 3, the Executive Officer Report, including the board member reports. For all public commenters, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. We're going to go ahead and start with our in-person participants first. If there was anyone that would like to make a comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand and I'll call you up to the podium. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Zoom. If any Zoom participants would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none. For our interpreters, can you please let me know if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment in Spanish? And we received confirmation there are no Spanish commenters for this item. So that concludes the public comment portion. Oh, thank you. Okay, we do have a hand raised on Zoom. Thank you very much. All right, Angela, we're going to request that you unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes. Angela? Angela, if you could request.
Okay, I
Oh,
think
perfect.
you can
There we
hear me
go.
now. Okay, I just
Yes,
received
thank
it.
you
Sorry
so
about
much.
that. Sorry for the late raising of the hand. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice. I did send a note through the Q&A function, but I wanted to just point out that we asked for the environmental justice training module and for the public participation training modules. Miguel asked for the public participating training modules. And it seems that the director's office is saying that they're not available. And I was wanting to understand which exemption to the Public Records Act DTSC was relying upon to withhold that information from the public.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, any other commenters for agenda item number 3, executive officer and board member reports? Member Gomez?
Yeah, no, I do have a question to the report of the chair. And actually, I had the opportunity to review the legislative meeting and your report, and just wanted to acknowledge that you did a great work. You did a great job in representing what we've been working on and what our intentions are. I am curious to see there were certain comments from the legislators and also from the public in terms of bringing to the attention of the legislators that revisiting our jurisdiction and expanding as a possibility. So I'm wondering if there's anything of that. Also, there seems to be an interest of the legislators for us to do a little bit more to ensure that we are getting to addressing the burdens that some of the communities have been facing because of the sightings of some of these facilities, right? So I'm just curious if what are we thinking? When are we bringing that conversation here, if we are, or what might be the next steps? And perhaps there isn't anything at the moment, but I just really wanted to bring that up because I thought it was was very important that came from that hearing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Member Gomez. And thank you for the compliment. On next steps following the oversight hearing, I mean, I would note that there are committee staff here as well. So Taylor, welcome. There are no formal discussions that I'm aware of at the moment. I myself, in my role, am a bit constrained for transparency purposes, given that I'm not yet confirmed. So I have certain restrictions on my ability to engage with the legislature, is at least what I've been told. But that certainly, doesn't stop other members from having conversations as well. But that's at least my personal restriction. I don't know, maybe we could open that question up to the reflections from other members as well.
Chair Rakestraw, we have another hand for public comment. Is it all right if we go ahead and proceed with it?
Yeah, well, actually, I just wanted to, in response to Angela's question, I think that's the question that you had asked is a question that I think our ombuds person, Lauren, will follow up on. So rather than getting an answer right now. So Courtney, why don't we go ahead and take the last public comment?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Okay, Jenny, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jenny with Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab, and I was able to watch the Oversight Committee hearing, but not participate. I wanted to touch on what Board Member Gomez just touched on, which was, the legislators seemed very purposefully pleading with the board to tell them what you need. And when Director Butler explained the successes of the post-reform era of DTSC, I was really nervous about there not being enough pushback on the issues that the public is having or communities are having with just simple transparency, as you heard as we went through the comments today of the requests that the board is getting and the DTSC is receiving, because they're denied over and over again. And I wish that the board would be increasingly blatantly transparent for the help that you need to increase your purview, capacity, because for a community member who is seeing a complete unwillingness for DTSC to push the needle at all in ways that, that we are experiencing their decisions currently, it was frustrating to watch. And if there's a reluctance, I hope that you hear that communities really want you to push and be transparent with the legislature about what you need and what the realities are of getting DTSC to actively and transparently reform in the many ways that is being demanded. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We have an addition. Oh. Okay, thank you, Member Brostrom. We do have an additional hand raised as well for public comment. For agenda item number 3, Eric Nolan will invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Again, I'm Eric Nolan with Stewarding Design LLC and also partner with the Evangelical Environmental Network. Thank you for this meeting. I thank you for the time as well. And I just had one question related to fees. And I appreciate the information that was provided. I'm just curious though, what is the philosophy or the driving factor in setting fees? What do you use as your economic principle? And I was curious also if you consider negative externalities as a part of that fee structure. Is that how that is set? I think the fees in California seem appropriate, but I just wanted to ask the question as to how those fees are set, how you come to those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Eric. Let me attempt to answer it, and I know that we will have more time dedicated to fees later today. So let's start with what the charter of the board is as it relates to fee setting. We, as a board, receive from the DTSC's finance department and from the legislature the appropriated amount for DTSC. What that means is this is the amount of money that DTSC is approved to spend in order to run its programs and services. So the goal of the board is to make sure that that money is available for DTSC. And where the money or the revenue comes, it's from fees. So essentially, every year we look at all of the revenues collected by DTSC by CDTFA on behalf of DTSC, and then ensure that there's enough revenues to match the appropriated amount. So that's philosophy one, is does DTSC have enough money to run its programs that all of the stakeholders and fee payers and so on rely on? As a second principle, and one that we are thinking about more and more, is you talked about negative externalities, is how do we create some level of certainty for the fee payers so that if there is an economic shock or uncertainty of some level, that we don't create major spikes or dips in the fees. And this helps fee payers. We've heard this time and time again, that it creates some certainty amongst the fee payers for their budgeting and planning purposes. So that brings us to the second philosophy, which is how can we make sure we have enough reserve money so that we can offer some level of protection from these spikes and dips, fee spikes and dips. I think one other thing that's worth mentioning now, and you'll hear it again, is that fees were reformed through SB 158, which meant that we didn't know what steady state would look like, which is theoretically the reform was proposed with a theoretical approach of what fees need to look like, but now we're real-time testing it to see if those fees are actually matching the expenditures of the department. And we have uncovered, you've heard about this, that there continues to be a deficit in the GNH fees collected. So in order to match that, or in order to make up for that deficit, DTSC previously took a loan. And now we have a third factor to consider, which is how do we repay the loan that was taken in order to meet this deficit? And how do we do that in a way that, and also be thinking about future structural deficit that may come up, and how do we protect against this future structural deficit? So if I were to summarize, those are the three philosophies: making sure there's enough money to match the appropriate amount so that DTSC can continue to service programs. How do we prevent from any sort of uncertainties and shocks? And then the third thing we spoke about is if there's any outstanding loans that are temporarily taken in order to match this gap, how do we fulfill them?
Member Brostrom, I believe, had some comments.
Yeah, why don't let's pause here and let Member Brostrom speak.
Yeah, I mean, just in response to some of the conversations earlier around this question on the scope of the jurisdiction of this board, I want to uplift that as well in terms of how do we move this conversation forward? Like, what is the structure that we currently have as a board in terms of ourselves identifying where there's potential gaps, opening it up to stakeholders to identify where they believe the board could be useful. And I do want to just point out that as an appointee of the assembly, I'm certainly open to having further conversations, both with the legislature as well as stakeholders. So maybe consider this an invitation if stakeholders would like to have this conversation. Certainly, with committee staff and legislative staff also, interested in having this discussion. And then more of a question for this board is, I do see there's a role for the board to identify where we see gaps. And so just kind of raising it as a question in terms of the how and the process to have these types of conversations, given that we have our subcommittees. This obviously does not fall into any of our subcommittees, and so just wanting to flag this, as a conversation, and maybe we can give some thought, or staff can give some thought on how we can have the conversation with the members.
I just
Member
wanted to echo that. I think there might be a follow-up action after this, because I think there is room for creating a structure, intentional structure, whether allowed or not allowed. I think there is, it seems like the question was asked, so we need to respond, right? And I would echo what Ingrid just stated as well.
Thank you very much. Member Bhatia.
At some point in the last few weeks, I know that the BES staff, I think EO specifically, was speaking about setting up a work stream around longer range planning, because oftentimes our work streams help us get through the issues that are pressing in the moment, like appeals and fees and so on. So basically, all of this is telling me that I think it's a great idea for us to set up a separate work stream that gets to long range planning. And how far is that? What do you need from us?
Another subcommittee.
Member Brostrom.
Yeah, and just kind of a follow-up related, not related point is, in response to the fee conversation, this is another place where taking a step back and looking bigger picture. I know that fee structures is in 158, and we likewise don't really have a carved out space to look at, kind of more long range planning on how we can use fees to drive some of the overarching objectives of us and DTSC. So wanting to flag that is another gap that I see myself. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was going to make the same comment about fee structure as well, which is there are specific mandates in SB 158 that force this board to look beyond kind of the immediate tasks, the immediate appeals, the immediate job of setting fee rates. And fee structure is certainly one of them. And one of the mandates is to develop recommendations that accomplish a huge range of quite visionary goals and quite visionary changes. So that's something that the fee subcommittee is really starting to turn to in earnest this fall and winter, starting to really think through what that looks like. So thanks for raising that. Member Bhatia.
I think one last plug. I think when we talk about the concept of this long range planning, I would love to also think about the data infrastructure, because I feel like a lot of the questions we get are about community outreach. How do we provide access to information? I feel like with this greater availability of technology and progress with AI, how might we bring that so that we can more easily provide access to information that's available within DTSC's archives? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Courtney. If there are other public comments, please.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Final call for public comments on agenda item number 3, Executive Officer and Board Member reports. Okay. Seeing none, that will conclude the public comment portion for agenda item number 3. Chair Rakestraw.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the lively conversation. I know we always worried a little bit that board member reports were boring, but I think that was quite lively. So now we'll turn to item number 4, which is the GTSC leadership report. So I'd like to welcome and introduce Director Katie Butler to provide us with her leadership report. Thank you so much, Director Butler, for joining us here today, and we look forward to hearing your updates.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Thank you, board members. Thank you to the members of the public who are tuning in. I appreciated the discussion earlier as well from the board reports and the congressional hearing that we had last week. Yes, it was an opportunity for us to present on our progress since reform, implementing those reform measures. We also had an opportunity to discuss some of the challenges and think about process improvements, service improvements going forward. And so for us, reform isn't just a one-day, one-and-done reporting on it. We live this every day at DTSC. Our core values of accountability, transparency, being proactive is ingrained in decisions we make every day. And so it is troubling to me to hear this morning from the members of the public that they're seeing issues with our transparency. I take that really seriously. And I did just check with our team now on the availability of the EJ module. We did not say that we would not share it. So as soon as it's ready, I think it's still being edited, the video, we're happy to share that publicly, of course. And really grateful to the EJ leaders who appear in that training video. And sharing that publicly would be an honor for us to get feedback and be able to share that. It's extremely important for our staff to have that training. And so again, Chair Rakestraw, if there's any information or requests that you're not getting from my team, please let me know immediately so we can rectify. I think that was probably a simple misunderstanding. And so that's why we're here. That's why we have these public forums. I am extremely grateful that it brings the transparency that is needed. Back to the hearing last week, we have been spending some time reflecting, really taking in some of the questions, comments from the members themselves, also from the public. It's clear that the public we serve is still suffering impacts from environmental problems. And it does cause us to pause and reflect on how can we continue to leverage the full extent of our authority? How can we do more to communicate, engage with the public on the issues that are within our purview? How can we do a better job collaborating? This is something we ask ourselves every day in a continual process of being the best DTSC we can be. So for today, I have some departmental news to share with you all, permitting updates. And also, as we are now almost 2 months into the new fiscal year, I have some revised director priorities that I've shared with all of you and are available as today's meeting materials. And I'd like to review some of the changes, the feedback that I received at the last meeting, how we incorporated that, and how we plan to move forward this year. So the first item, we are bidding farewell to Chief Information Officer Don Foley. I'd like to take a moment to thank him for his service to the department. He spent the last 4+ years really transforming our Office of Environmental Information Management. Previous to Don's arrival here, this space was a challenge for DTSC. And he has made tremendous strides for us, implementing new initiatives over data governance, and his leadership led to many IT innovations in our department. He has built a robust team that will carry on his work. In fact, the California Government Innovation Summit is happening today. So it's timely in his last week here at DTSC that DTSC was nominated for awards in 7 service categories, including Innovator of the Year, Excellence in Customer Service, Innovation Serving the Public. So Don, if you're listening, we fully expect you to bring home some of these awards today. But truly, Don, thank you for all of your service to this department, and you will be missed, but we know you're leaving a good team behind. A couple other deputies. So we have, minus Don, a full deputy team now with Than Berg, Deputy Director for the Site Mitigation and Restoration Program, who is by no means new to the department. Previously, she was serving as acting deputy under an interagency agreement with US EPA. She recently retired from her 30-year career at US EPA, a tremendous achievement in itself. And now she's permanently joining our team. Thank you, Than. Albert Lundeen, our new Deputy Director for the Office of Communications. I would like to welcome him. He was appointed in July. He is a lifelong public servant and has extensive experience in our state service, most recently with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Perfect guy to help us implement reform. And also, not to mention his natural resources and public health background as well. Thank you, Albert. As enforcement is my top priority, I like to shed light on enforcement news bit that happened since we last met. Our Office of Criminal Investigations, in close partnership with the Los Angeles District Attorney, conducted a search warrant in Carson, which is the Los Angeles area, at Partner Medical Products. This is a facility that sterilizes medical equipment. This effort and the hard work of our staff led to felony charges where the company was alleged to have exposed employees to hazardous levels of ethylene oxide, a known carcinogen, falsified documents, and conducted illegal waste practices. Also, since we last met in our site mitigation team, we held a vapor intrusion kickoff workshop. Now, vapor intrusion, for those of you who are not familiar, refers to the movement of chemical vapors or gases through contaminated soil and groundwater, moves upwards, and can infiltrate buildings where there's cracks in the foundation and conduits for it to travel. So DTSC, along with our sister agency, the State Water Resources Control Board, and OEHA, we established this work group to address vapor intrusion assessments with the goal of having very clear, consistent guidance unified for Cal EPA. And we held a work group, the work group, held their first kickoff meeting on July 24th. It went well. We received some very good feedback that will continue to serve a series of workshops going forward. And you'll see this come up again in my director priorities for the year going forward. Vapor intrusion is a specific goal and deliverable we'll be addressing. Safer consumer products has also been busy, starting with the rulemakings in July. We initiated the formal rulemaking process for paraphenylene diamine derivatives, or PPD, to the candidates' chemical list. These derivatives, they're used in a very wide variety of consumer products, and they're known to have toxic impacts. One of the most known impacts is the aquatic toxicity to coho salmon. This rulemaking, when complete, will enable SCP to investigate these chemicals in consumer products moving forward. In August, we initiated the formal rulemaking process for regulating nail products containing triphenyl phosphate as a priority product. This rulemaking, when complete, will list nail products containing triphenyl phosphate in concentrations greater than 250 parts per million as a priority product. We also hosted, along with the Berkeley Center for Green Chemistry, a virtual roundtable on the topic of environmental justice in alternatives assessment. Turning to our hazardous waste management plan, which both of our teams have been working on since we last met and since the public hearings, which there were 4, we received many comments from all of you, from the public, that we are using to revise the plan. We've made a good number of changes focused on being responsive to the comments that we heard. And I'm confident that the new version that will be released will help our state think more proactively about waste reduction and diversion. There will be some data gaps identified, and our team will continue to work towards addressing those data gaps in future reports, future plans. This cycle will keep going every 3 years. It's an iterative process. And we're looking forward to future reports, future plans, giving us even more data and more opportunity to be more specific in how we can address certain waste streams. And this first plan will really set a solid foundation for us to do that going forward. So we're anticipating the release of this revised plan in coming months. And we're looking forward to the board vote and approval by the end of the year. We're really eager to get started on implementing the recommendations and working with our partners across the state, community leaders, counties, other municipalities on waste reduction, diversion efforts. Switching to permitting, starting with an update on our Clean Harbors Button Willow draft permit. This is one of 2 hazardous waste landfills in the state. Our team released this draft in mid-July, and it's now open for public comment. Last week, we held an open house with our sister BDOs and other regulatory agencies to offer information on CalEnviroscreen indicators for this area. We heard public concerns, questions, responded to their questions during this workshop, and then we'll be having the public hearing for the draft permit decision itself early next month. Recent final decisions. The Clean Harbors Westmoreland post-closure permit decision was finalized last month. This is for a former hazardous waste landfill in Imperial County. It's a 10-year post-closure permit that requires very specific landfill care type of measures, including leachate collection, removal, groundwater monitoring, ambient air monitoring, soil gas monitoring. So a slew of environmental monitoring requirements in that post-closure care period of managing this landfill and ensuring the safety of surrounding communities. The Chevron Chemical Company post-closure permit was also finalized. This is for landfill and also an operating permit for the integrated wastewater pond system. So this is a portion, it's a portion next to the Chevron Chemical Refinery. And it's a 10-year permit that requires groundwater monitoring to continue and independent inspections of the liner to ensure integrity of those measures there. Looking ahead to next month. Let's see. Wrong way. Okay. The TP Industrial draft decision is anticipated for next month. This is another post-closure permit. And this facility has been out of operation since 1991, but a post-closure permit is needed to manage hazardous materials that have remained at the facility at the time of closing. The renewed post-closure permit authorizes hazardous waste management activities to continue. For example, management of the contaminated soil, groundwater monitoring, and other environmental monitoring measures. The second draft decision we anticipate making at the end of next month is for a portion of the Tesoro Carson refinery. This is another post-closure permit where there are 2 former surface impoundments that were used for emergency management of non-hazardous wastewater. Post-closure permit authorizes groundwater monitoring, routine inspection, repairs and maintenance of the monitoring wells to ensure the integrity of that surface impoundment. Before I go into the director's priorities, are there any questions or comments on the departmental updates?
Thank you so much, Director Butler. I think now is a good time to pause before we go. So are there any questions or reflections? Member Gomez, please.
Yes, thank you. I had a question in relation to the Environmental Justice and Alternatives Assessment Roundtable. I'm interested to see if there will be a report from that. What were the highlights? Just curious to see what was the input that was shared, as well as who participated, just to get a better sense of what that looks like, what that looked like. Intrigued.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the discussion for this roundtable did focus on community engagement and how feedback from the public, voices of the public can help us advance our evaluation of and selection of safer chemicals in our consumer products safer program. So, a lot of the discussion was centered around those environmental justice considerations. How can that be incorporated into our process? And I know I have Deputy Director Christensen here. If she wants to elaborate on any other specifics, I welcome her to do so, particularly who participated.
Thank you for the opportunity. Deputy Director Christensen, Safer Consumer Products Program. So the Environmental Justice Roundtable was well attended. The participants included a range of non-governmental organizations, academics, and state government attendees. Also included members of the public. Some of the specific partners that were engaged in developing and presenting information on that include the University of Massachusetts Lowell and the Berkeley Center for Green Chemistry, as well as members of my team. The roundtable was generally well received, and the feedback is currently being analyzed. And this is part of a larger effort under a federally funded grant that asked us to look at how we could integrate environmental justice into our processes and procedures. So I do expect further information to come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that'll be available for us to look at once it's available and for the public as well.
I'll have to follow up with my team on that and what that timeline might look like, but I'll definitely loop back and share information through grant as it's available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Bhatia, please.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is on the vapor intrusion kickoff workshop. You talked about how this unified working group will host a series of workshops. Is the intent of the workshops to inform how you do enforcement on vapor intrusion, pollution related to vapor intrusion and how to reduce that? Or is the intent to drive more public awareness and stakeholder awareness of pollution from vapor intrusion and what actions they can take to reduce harm?
Yeah, so the vapor intrusion workshops are largely centered around technical discussions, approaches to vapor intrusion. It's oftentimes site-specific approaches that are needed. And so how we approach those site-specific evaluations and the proponents for projects, their consultants, that everyone's singing from the same sheet of music in how the vapor intrusion assessments are conducted. We'll be looking for opportunities on how to streamline those assessments and processes as well. So this first one was just a presentation on basic vapor intrusion, principles, how we intend to take this more holistic approach. We had panelists that discussed, how can we also increase our collaboration amongst the agencies ourselves, our partners, folks that are working on sites, proposing remedies, et cetera. So, Deputy Director Bird, do you want to add anything? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I wonder if, and you don't have to answer this question now, but I wonder if there's something here that might actually be useful from a community outreach standpoint, because when you learn about vapor intrusion from an enforcement standpoint, I imagine you're working with kind of facilities and commercial establishments, but we know that this problem statement likely also reflects in communities and residential neighborhoods. So my ask would be, how might we surface some aspect of this learning to communities?
Yeah, that's a good question. These are public workshops, but we have just in the past few months identified some opportunities on specific sites where, and we've done this before as well, where vapor intrusion outreach education can be extremely valuable for communities who are living near sites that have vapor intrusion issues. So I think that's something we can continue to identify. Right now, it's sort of on a site-specific basis, but perhaps even, we can look at more holistically at criteria when that type of outreach or education should be triggered. And since we have, limited staffing and resources as well, we do encourage proponents as well to, make sure that they're doing outreach and we can oversee the quality, approaches to that outreach as well.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, my second question, it's about SCP. So if you want to line up, Robin, you talked about adding PPT derivatives to the candidate chemical list. I imagine you have data on how much volume of PPD derivatives are used today in commerce in California. And I imagine you have some data that talks about the potential cancer risk and non-cancer risk benefits from adding these derivatives to the list. So first, can you confirm, do you have that data?
Yeah, I think we would probably have to get back to you with that specifics. I mean,
Okay.
I know the team has done a tremendous amount of research on this issue, and that, that research supports this kind of action.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak? Okay.
Thank you for the question. Again, Robin Christensen, SCP Deputy Director. So we do have a good deal of information around PPD derivatives in terms of the hazard and potential for exposure. In terms of the quantities of chemicals, that would be something that we would look into in more depth at a later stage. So this first step is just adding it to our candidate chemicals list, which would then allow us in the future to explore more in depth the potential priority product listing, which would call upon one of the PPD derivatives. So for example, a specific product with a specific PPD or a class of PPDs. So at that point in time, we would produce a technical document which would contain all of the information in which you're referring to, including some measurements in terms of how frequently they are used in the population and the potential for exposure and hazard.
Okay, great. So then this brings me to maybe two asks. One is, it would be great in your reports to see, DTSC's reports, to see the so what of all the actions. In working through this metrics work stream, I think one thing that's become really clear to me is there's a series of activities and lots of outputs that DTSC generates. And if we can just take the extra step of writing the so what of the action, like what is this impact? What is the impact this action is going to drive? I think it'll help build broader awareness of the lived, how this is eventually going to impact the lived experience of the communities. So that's my first ask. My second ask is, in the course of even attending that first workshop for the Green Ribbon Science Panel, one thing that became clearer to me, is that SCP is a market-moving program. From the time that DTSC signals that a chemical might be added to a list, there might be a series of actions triggered, manufacturers might change their supply chains and so on. So I encourage us, the team, to start looking at the volume data as soon as a chemical is in consideration, and then start to track it to the point that when a candidate chemical gets listed, how might the volume have already changed?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the input, and I'll take the notes.
Thanks very much, Member Bhatia. Member Rostrom.
Thank you. I also had a follow-up on the vapor intrusion workshop. So my recollection, and this is a little outdated, it's a couple years old, but that there were some differences in how the water, the State Water Resources Control Board and DTSC, their standards, particularly around PCE. I don't know if it was broader than that. And I was just wondering if this kind of workshop was intended to get more consistency. And also my recollection was that DTSC's standards actually would result in kind of more stringent remediation. And so just, checking my recollection if that's true, and just noting, anytime that we move from a more stricter to a less strict standard, there's just, some concerns there. But yeah, just wanting to check my recollection on that.
Yeah, thank you. And so there are specific instances where conservative default assumptions that you're referring to that our department has set out are appropriate, and that makes sense. And so, these workshops are about explaining, talking through, when is that appropriate? When do you have more site-specific information that would justify, scientifically justify a more specific approach to estimating, right? Because these are all models, and it's the data in is the data out. So making sure that, we're setting those standards for data collection and process for vapor intrusion. So you are, remembering correctly the history on this, and that really instigated this need to come together as a Cal EPA family, together with, the partners involved, community stakeholders, In my director priorities, I outline tentative topics for upcoming workshops. One of them will be a focus on environmental justice, working with communities. So I encourage you to take a look at those tentative topics and feel free to provide input or feedback. And we can also do a more detailed briefing if there's interest.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'd be particularly interested in whether DTSC make changes to its standards.
Yeah, so we're not making changes to any like rules, regulations, standards out there. This will be, refining the approach within the existing framework that's out there. Yeah.
Thank you. And then my second question is around the Button Willow, the workshop that you had. I was just wondering if you could provide any more details in terms of, attendance numbers. Also, you mentioned that there were community concerns. I don't know if there's a high level preview of what those concerns were.
Yeah. So I got a high level readout of some of the topics for CalEnviroScreen indicators that are higher for the Button Willow community are largely water quality issues and concerns around pesticides. And our CalEnviroScreen report that's available publicly walks through each of the indicators and looks for potential nexus with the landfill. We did not identify any issues there that the landfill could be impacting, water or pesticide quality issues. But naturally, because those two indicators are high for the community, the concern in the room was reactive to that. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe there was just an earthquake.
What happened? Oh.
I think we just had an earthquake. I suppose we should continue until we receive some sort of notification to not continue. Okay. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, is there anything that you want to reflect upon or add?
I'd like to say that after we hear from the director on her new director priorities.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Member Gomez, and then I have a couple questions myself.
Yeah, this is just an overall a reaction to the report, as y'all have different roundtables for different purposes. And we're constantly talking about public participation and transparency. And as the public participation process gets updated, I'm curious if there could be some sort of
Okay, everyone should go under their tables if it's an earthquake, is it? Okay.
did it?
I don't feel it.
I didn't feel it either.
Okay.
Is it? I didn't feel it. So yeah, so my question, just very quickly before we get evacuated, it's more about establishing some sort of process to solidify what happens in those meetings and those roundtables in terms of input that you're getting from these efforts versus, I know that your team is taking notes and whatnot, but how does the public, how do you communicate that to the greater ethers? So it's just something to think about, formalizing something that comes from those roundtables in relation to that topic.
Yeah, so I mean, we hold dozens of public meetings a month, and in each respective team, right, they take notes and have processes for incorporating feedback. So perhaps we could just follow up with letting you know what our standard processes are for that, because our teams do have their own, follow-up actions and are being responsive to those public comments in whatever venue or topic it is that they're doing. But we can certainly provide more information on what that looks like and the,
Yep.
follow up, more specifics. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my effort here to raise these things that maybe we don't normally talk about is to shed light on how this is happening and at least verbally communicate the activities. But we can certainly follow up with more details. Yeah.
And thank you so much, Member Gomez. Two questions from my end. First off, well, I guess a comment and then two questions. Congratulations on having a full leadership roster of deputies in place. I was wondering if you, like, really on edge right now, if you're wondering, but I did hear that they will make an announcement building wide if we are required or expected to evacuate. So I think we can probably safely continue for the moment at least. For DTSC as a whole, how many vacancies do you have for kind of the non-deputy positions? And of course, I understand if this you need to follow up on this, but it'd just be good to get a sense of kind of how the vacancy sweeps have affected DTSC's personnel and so on.
Okay. I'm going to ask Chief Deputy Scholler. Do you know? Okay, we'll have to get back.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I totally understand. And then the second question I had is kind of building on Member Brostrom's comment, or at least it triggered in my mind with regards to the Button Willow facility, is I was looking online and it was not easy to find the public comments for the various facilities that have been put forward, at least in written format. Am I missing that, or is that something that can be added to EnviroStore to make it more easily accessible, the public comments?
Yeah, so once a final decision is made, then we publish the comments and response to comments.
Is there a way to do it before the final permit decision is made? I guess is what I'm asking. Or
So I believe, and Executive Officer Sharma, you may know the more specifics of instances, but I believe if there's interest the board members have in understanding the comments that are coming in as they're coming in, then we've shared that information that, we can readily give that to any board member that's interested.
thanks. That's very helpful. I don't know. Okay. Thanks. I appreciate that
Mhm.
clarification. I wasn't aware that had been done in the past.
Yeah, typically, once the permit is issued, that's when the response to comments and comments are issued. But in the past, we have, if there's been a certain site that board members are interested in, knowing what types of comments and questions are coming in, we can certainly request that from DTSC.
Thanks so much. That's helpful clarification. So why don't we go ahead and keep going and proceed with an update on your FY 25-26 priorities, and then we will from there go to public comment on all of the above. Back over to you, Director Butler.
Okay. Reorganized. Okay, so Director priorities. First, I want to recap a bit last year's director priorities. Since we met last month, I shared a summary of the director priorities that we accomplished, things that are still in progress, the priorities that were, not met, itemize those in a report to all of you. So high level for everyone listening, DTSC completed 67% of the deliverables, 31% are partially complete, and that work continues. So some of the highlights, enforcement, we took steps to strengthen our enforcement throughout the department, including an enforcement policy and site mitigation, and also ramped up our compliance work in safer consumer products. As far as community engagement, we established the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. We continue to learn a great deal through our work on Exide and the steps we took there to improve community engagement and apply those across other areas in the department, other projects. To revamp our public participation manual is on the docket for this year. While we've started just real first steps to do that, we are committed to continuing that work and as we continue that work to get feedback from the public as has been requested. We delivered on the first ever statewide hazardous waste management plan in March that is under revision as we speak. And we brought DTSC to fiscal stability through implementing the changes to the generation and handling fee. We also faced unanticipated challenges with the tragic LA wildfires at the beginning of this year. We diverted resources to assist phase 1 debris removal in an unprecedented amount of time. And we just released a guidance last week on Friday in response to LA County's requests for assistance to help survivors navigate soil testing and evaluation on their properties. And we shared that guidance with all of you. We continue to experience landfill issues that we're responding to, like that of Chiquita Canyon, and we continue to navigate federal administration changes. We remain committed to our core values in the midst of these, to transparency, accountability, equity, as I mentioned at the top of my remarks. So on to this year. At the July board meeting, I did present the initial draft and received comments from all of you. Thank you so much for your feedback. We heard comments from the public as well. And we took all of this feedback to clarify some of the intentions of the priorities. My priorities are mostly focused on our external services in the spirit of making positive impacts to the communities we serve. And so there are other initiatives as a department that are internal facing, process improvements, how can we streamline our admin service processes on various things. You're not going to see those in here because that's just good government, good housekeeping. So we are focusing the priorities on what can make meaningful change for the public we serve. And I did make an effort in response to comments received that each of our programs, site mitigation, safer consumer products, and site mitigation, safer consumer products, and hazardous waste management, they're all reflected in these priorities. We did include some new deliverables, and I threaded Board Member Gomez prevention as much as I could through this, but it was also a good reflection on how we're still setting the foundation to be able to do more prevention work. And I don't want to lose that thread in our current work and our conversations. But I think we'll be seeing more of that in years to come. Okay. So I'm going to focus just on the revisions that we made. I'm not going to go through every priority again. Mostly, let's see, priorities 1, 2, and 4, most of the changes were technical. So 1 is enforcement, 2 was community engagement, 4, we focused on what the department can do to address PFAS. And I spent some time clarifying the context for each of these priorities. So you'll see a little bit more narrative in the priorities than the draft. And hopefully that helped address some of the questions as well that were raised last time. Priority 3, science, technology, and policy innovation. This is where we put a lot more meat on the bones here. And Board Member Bhatia, really appreciate some of the discussions we've had about AI. And we added goal 3.5 there, artificial intelligence and specific deliverables. Three new goals all in total there: vapor intrusion, as I mentioned, and optimizing our safer consumer products throughput and impact. We heard loud and clear from the congressional hearing last week that there is a desire to see faster pace in this program, and we are on a path to deliver those outcomes, and this goal 3.4 will help us do so. Let's see. Yep. So any questions on the updates to the priorities?
Thank you so much, Director. Why don't we go ahead and we will right now have board discussion on the priorities, and then we will then go from there. We'll go into public comment, and the public, we would ask that the public comments address all of what was presented by Director Butler, including the priorities as well as the departmental updates. So who from the board would like to kick us off on reflections on the updated priorities just presented? Oh.
Totally unrelated, but we did have our team check. It does not seem like there was an earthquake. There's just construction going on above us. So that's what you're feeling. It's going to go throughout the day. So don't be alarmed. It's just construction.
Thank you so much. That's a relief. Who wants to start before I call on someone? Maybe Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker. I don't know. You had mentioned earlier that you had some reflections.
I do, and I could offer them now or when we get into the board discussion. So why don't I do this now? I appreciate Director Butler's focus on external services, much as I think it's vital that the board and DTSC have future conversations about some of the internal ways that we're connected. For example, real-time information and how we promptly bring aboard hires and so on. There's certain ways in which the board and DTSC interact where some of those internal process improvements and metrics would be worth a future conversation, and I'll set that to the side for us to follow up on. In terms of revised priorities, I thank Director Butler for taking some of our comments into account. I'll switch to priority 3 and the lab costs. I think it would be helpful for us and the public to work with her team to understand whether in addressing lab costs, whether there's a report by a date certain that the department is aiming for, given that it affects ways in which we as a board track DTSC's expenses, for example, through next year's fee setting process. So I do think deliverable 3.1.1 would benefit from some specificity on what the output is and when we would expect that. In the same light, in 3.2.2, which is to take the USGS report on lead source attribution and work with her team on how those would be tested. The director priorities note that it could occur at one or more investigation sites. I think that it would be prudent to start identifying that now, particularly an orphan site, so that we understand what the process is and what the date is for moving forward on that. There's certainly a lot of interest. Moving to vapor intrusion, I was encouraged to see how much interest there is around this coming from both a water board perspective and a BES DTSC perspective. I understand these workshops will, I think, bring under the Cal EPA tent a more consistent approach to VI. Our executive officer and I have heard from a number of parties externally about the variation from one regional office to another versus water board approaches to this. And I think it's time for us to standardize the approach, or at least have a very clear understanding of what is meant in how we approach VI. The existing framework may need to be modified, and I'm sure that, as with all of our processes, there's room for streamlining. So I would be keen for us to be able to have on our BES website the dates of the upcoming public workshops and the ability to join those both for the public and for any interested board members. And then lastly, under the PFAS collaboration, which is deliverable 4.1.2, there's mention made of holding workshops to share information. I think it would be useful for us to be able with DTSC to jointly post information on the availability of those workshops and to mention them in our upcoming board meetings. And with that, I'll return it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I appreciate those comments. And actually, just for clarity for the board members here, so what I'm proposing to do is have, while Director Butler is at the podium, if there are any questions or reflections on her FY25 and 26 priorities, for you to deliver those now. We will then turn to public comment on all of the above, and then we will then turn to the next agenda item where we will hold the vote on the director's priorities. So I think, just to be clear, now is the right time for you to reflect, as Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker has just done. Member Bhatia.
This is more of a comment because we're going to have more discussion on fees coming up. But Director Butler, I heard you talk about bringing more fiscal stability to the G&H fees. And in the context of what I shared earlier, we've recognized that there's been a structural deficit uncovered, specifically as it relates to G&H revenues from the G&H fees. And my point of view is that, from what I've seen, is that we are on a path to bringing stability, but that we're not quite there yet. And I want to make that distinction because later today, we're going to look at fee scenarios and what is required to bring stability. And so I want to clarify that we're not quite there yet, and we're at the beginning of this path from what I've seen in terms of fund condition statements. So would you agree with that we're on a path, but we're not quite there yet?
I think it's a matter of perspective on where DTSC has been. The history of our department year to year has had to rely on general fund loans. And so what I mean by fiscally stable is that last year we are in a position where we did not have to take a loan out. We did not have to borrow money to provide the services to the public that we provide. So yes, we still have a structural deficit, and we are in a position after last year to now start repaying down the loan, and we're in a very, very good position fiscally. But I hear what you're saying, that yes, we need to remain vigilant, fiscally responsible, and diligent at continuing to run this department in a way that does that year after year.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Member Bhatia. Member Gomez.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to acknowledge the reflection of some of the input that was given in terms of the changes. So I appreciate that. One thing that I'm reflecting on, and I'm trying to figure out where it fits, and and I appreciate the prevention actually waiving. So thank you for that. Looking forward to seeing more of it, as you know, and making it its own goal probably in the future. But I'm going back to the legislative hearing, and I think what I took away from when I heard it online was the importance of really getting to addressing the environmental impacts to EJ communities. And I'm trying to see how that can be reflected here, if it's in community engagement, or it could be reflected on everything, right? But one thing that I'm tying it to, and I heard you in terms of you starting with the previous year and what was achieved, which was one of the things that you mentioned was the establishment of the EJAC, which is good. But I really want us to have a follow-up, because for me, I think there's a lot of potential that group could have if supported correctly and informed correctly. And I am afraid right now, just in terms of transparency, that it needs a lot of support. So we need to figure out collectively how we do that and what is the commitment to ensure that they are giving the right lens of addressing environmental justice. So I want to make sure, and I don't know if it lives here or if this is a follow-up conversation that we need to have with you and your team, but I just feel like that I don't want it to just be a check mark. It's established. Let's move forward, right? I want to make sure that it's more supported in an intentional way. And right now where it's at, I'm afraid that it isn't. So and it's not here and there's no reference to it, which I'm not expecting it, but I just really wanted to say it out loud to ensure that there is a intentional follow-up to see how we can correct the path that it's going right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment, and I agree with you that establishing EJAC in itself, that's only one milestone. It's the beginning. We're at the beginning right now. And so we do have a lot of work to do to cultivate a successful EJAC. We have members on the EJAC who are really committed, and I look forward to working with them more intensely. And I welcome your feedback as we do that together. So I agree with your comments. Also, back to your first question, the bread and butter of how we protect our communities is our enforcement activities, right? We're out there doing inspections to prevent harm, prevent situations. That's just one example of our enforcement activity inspections. But that is, at least in these director priorities, what I see as the main mechanism for protecting communities. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And so I will look at the enforcement process through that lens then, and we can have a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Gomez. Member Brostrom, anything from you?
Just kind of following up on Member Gomez's response in terms of, the focus point I see in a lot of agencies is really on public participation and community engagement. And oftentimes, when you focus there, you sometimes miss kind of the harm reduction. And I appreciate, you mentioning about enforcement is a key way to reduce harm. And I absolutely agree with that. But I just wanted to note that one place that I think there's a lot of harm, that maybe there hasn't been the emphasis on is site remediation. Just in terms of every time we see a new data point, there's more and more like brownfields, there's more and more, land, and there's no real like plan or pathway toward like large scale remediation in terms of those brownfields. So I know this is a yearly plan, but I do wonder what are those stepping stones approaches in terms of the site remediation program, in terms of, how we're going to get a handle on just the volume of contaminated sites that we have in the state, and understanding there's regulatory limitations and whatnot, but I do think it's an area of concern that hasn't been discussed enough. And so I would just throw it out there in terms of, even in the short term, what are some things that we can start to plan towards in terms of addressing the problem?
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that important need. And in part, that's why Goal 1.2 does specify implementing a site mitigation and restoration enforcement policy, right? So that's key, implementing that policy, applying it consistently across the program. Deputy Director Berg, her management team are all committed to doing this, and it will bring a different lens to how we approach cleanups ultimately. So we have to put the building blocks there, put the hard work here in establishing that strong enforcement first policy, and then I'm hoping that we'll see that sort of cascade into positive outcomes. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and offer a few comments and reflections as well. First off, thank you so much for the final progress report on your FY24-25 priorities. Really appreciated the clarity there and the large number of items that were marked complete. I guess a request from my side, which would be, and a question, which would be, are you okay continuing to report on the items that were marked partially complete until they are complete. So essentially, it would be, in effect, I guess, adding them to the 25-26 priorities, or at least recognizing that they are not yet complete. I guess that's my first question for you.
Yeah, there are a couple that are pulled in that I'm placing bigger emphasis on. So I can commit to you to go through those. And if I see any issues carrying any of those forward, that we will be transparent and communicate that to you. And if we need to have a discussion about it, we can. Yeah. So I will look at that. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Because I do think that that level of transparency of continuing to report on the items that are marked partially complete, I think would be really helpful. So thanks for considering that. I appreciate that. The second comment is on the changes from the previous version at the last board meeting to this one. Thank you so much for considering board comments, for adding levels of detail in there that weren't in there before. I do think it's a much improved product. I wanted to ask, I guess, first, you had mentioned at the last board meeting that you would be open to a refresh of this document at some point, I guess, in the coming months. And I wanted to follow up on that to see if you would still be open to it, partially because to me, one of the glaring gaps is the hazardous waste management plan and implementation of that. I understand why it's not in there, of course, because it's not yet approved and you haven't yet had a chance to kind of sift through and identify what are the priorities for this next year. So I would kind of, again, ask if that's something you would consider doing, which is in a refresh, including the hazardous waste management plan priorities as part of that.
Mhm. Yeah, so two things. I think every board meeting where I report on the director priorities and the status, that is a built-in mechanism for us to continually reevaluate the priorities themselves and where we're at with them, right? So, we don't want to just put this on the shelf and not revisit it. And I think we've been doing a good job with your leadership to keep the conversation going throughout the year. So first, I just want to kind of set that sort of baseline expectation that I have of our department, of our interaction here at the board meetings, that we can always, report out on these at the board meetings. And then second, to your point about specifically considering anything we want to lift up from the final hazardous waste management plan once it's approved, I think absolutely in January we can look at doing that. Yeah, and I'm happy to do that.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. And I guess I had sent in some comments on and suggestions. You had taken some of them, not all of them. I guess I wanted to see how SB 673, the finalization of that, fits within your director's priorities. Obviously, it's a priority for the department. I was curious kind of your thought process in what led to it not being included within this year's priorities.
Yeah, I do see that one as a carryover from last year that we're continuing to work on. And so, like I reported on last meeting, we have taken steps to expedite that timeline. So we have been making very good progress on the draft regulation text. So it's not something, maybe it's a stubbornness inside me, did not want to continue it as something for next year because I'm still very intent on finishing it from last year. So it's something that we're still committed to, but yes, it's not reflected here.
Thanks so much. And I think that would fall into kind of the first category of things that aren't yet complete from 24 to 25, continuing to kind of keep us up to date, I suppose, on kind of the latest on those. And then I guess the last question I had, or request, I suppose, is, and we've talked about this in the past, is that the board is mandated to do an annual review of the department's performance as compared to its objectives, and we're in the middle of that process, working with you all for 24 and 25. And I, note that many of the priorities in here are quite specific. I mean, as they should be in many respects, but don't cover some of the core aspects of some of the programs as well, whether because they were in 24, 25 or for whatever reason. So it would be good to kind of work with you to, and we've started some of this research with the board staff, which is kind of start to identify some of the various programmatic strategies and so on that kind of aren't included in the director's priorities, but that we could then perhaps use as a basis for the 25-26 annual review as well. So I know, for example, the site mitigation and remediation program has a strategy, the enforcement division has a strategy, and I think there are others as well. So it'd be good to kind of start that conversation with you about whether and how to use those in next year's evaluation.
Okay, and I want to make sure I understand. So are you saying that specific metrics from those strategies could be pulled into the future priorities, or not metrics necessarily?
No, this is just, it's part of kind of a broader question. And because part of the lens that I'm thinking through and looking at this, your priorities is, in the past, at least, the past 2 reviews that this board has done of DTSC have relied on your priorities as kind of the sole input. And I guess my reflection is, I don't know that they should be the sole input. I think there are other priorities and other strategies that various other programs and divisions have that we can use. So just wanted, this is, I guess, an invitation to start this conversation as well.
Can I just add,
Yeah.
for the evaluation that the board does, the board isn't required to use the director's priorities. We just have been, but you don't have to. So maybe that helps answer some of that. Is the evaluation could be broader, like looking at some of these other programmatic strategic plans. So if that helps.
Yeah, that does help. Those are all my reflections. Thanks so much, Dr. Butler. I really appreciate you taking the time. Is there any other board comment or reflections before we go to public comment? Member Brostrom, please.
Yeah, really quickly, I appreciate both of your statements, and I agree with them. And I just want to note around this SB 673, I think that's obviously been such a a public concern, a longstanding concern, and just note that the regulatory process will take at least a year. And so I know we can maybe get to it when we start discussing, but just wanting to state that I think kind of a recognition that it is a department priority would be important for stakeholders, for us. And so, I just want to bottom line, I really agree with that point. And then in terms of your second point on, kind of our role in how we use the priorities, I think, once we have metrics for every program area, that also will be something. But until we get there, because as we know, this is taking quite a while. We're still on our first program. And so I think there is a big gap between the time when we get all the programs metrics established and this really being just such a partial statement of what DTSC is working on and all the important work going on. And so I also bottom line that we need an interim potential benchmark for how we review and evaluate DTSC's programs. So would be very happy to have that conversation.
Thanks so much, Member Brostrom. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you so much, Director Butler. Really appreciate it. Why don't we turn to Courtney? Please open the floor for public comments. And just for the public, this is the moment to comment on both again, the departmental news, as well as Director Butler's FY 25 and 26 priorities, as well as the permitting update too.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll now open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 4, the DTSC Leadership Report, which includes the departmental news, permitting updates, and the Director's 25-26 priorities. I'm going to start with our in-person participants first. If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and I will call you up to the podium. Seeing none in the room, We're going to go ahead and move to our Zoom participants. Please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. We are going to take the comments in the order that they've been received. So we're going to go ahead and start with Miguel Elatorre. Miguel, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Alatorre, resident of Kettleman City. I wanted to echo some comments that I heard from the BES and reiterate Member Gomez's comment on the EJAC. I think it's a really important space, and I'm glad to see it as one of the priorities and one of the wins, but we could definitely use some assistance in the coming months, and I'm sure we'll be giving a report on our end about what that looks like. So thank you very much for mentioning that. And the other thing is I'd also like to reiterate Chair Rakestraw and Board Member Ingrid on the 673 criteria. I would really like to see that in the actual update and see like another, solid timeline and then maybe contingencies for if that timeline is not followed. And I do thank you, Director Butler, on the progress that you made. And it's just it go a long way to also have that transparency to take back to our community members as well, and have something that we can show them visually in terms of the timeline and how important 673 criteria is to our community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Eric Nolan. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Eric.
Thank you. So thank you for this. Eric Nolan of Stewarding Design LLC, and again, partnering with the Evangelical Environmental Network. I'm pleased to have a bit of time here. I want to say thank you to Director Butler for her presentation. I think that was very effective, and I'm glad to see that discussion being held. I'm also very pleased to see the priority placed on enforcement. I think that's the right way to go. Although I do struggle sometimes with not seeing maybe the safer products there alongside number one, but certainly I think enforcement is key to the efforts of DTSC and helping out the board as well. And so I believe one of the key metrics that will need to be reported, I added this to the Q&A section and noted that I think that enforcement data are going to be key metrics and they're going to be key to transparency. I think it'll be important to see the number of enforcement actions that have been taken, including a breakout of how many are criminal referrals. I'd also like to see information about the fines that are issued, fines that are paid, SEPs that are established, and any follow-up actions on entities that are not paying their fines in a timely manner. I think that's also key for the public to see what's going on. Secondly, I'd also like to say that I think it's going to be important to see the so what of enforcement. I mean, enforcement is, and having been in the regulated community myself, I think enforcement is important. But I also think it's important to understand, why are we performing these enforcements? What values it bring to the community? What true improvements are being made to improve the community around these enforced actions? So I think finding ways to really see the so what around enforcement will be important, and driving improvement for the community will be important, and finding ways for the community to be involved in some of these enforcement actions, I think also will be key to really making these enforcements have a difference. Thank you for the time, and that'll conclude my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, we have Brian from the Unidos Network. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Brian. I'm a resident of Kettleman City. I just want to thank Chair Rickstraw for bringing up SB 673, as this is something we've been asking for a really long time, and just wanted to say thank you. And I will be elaborating further in my comment later on.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Jenny, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, this is Jenny with Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. I'd like to echo several of the board inputs regarding the scope and criteria for department evaluation. The thought that came to my mind when that was discussed about, the sole reliance on the director's priorities is the toxic tours that were taken a few years ago. I believe that that practice has continued, although I haven't been on a toxic tour in a couple of years. But the two that I had been on, part of that process was for each community visited and represented during that tour to have 3 asks, which would hopefully, pinpoint their biggest complaints about the agency. And these are, varied communities from all over the region toured. And each time I had followed up with different groups about whether their asks to DTSC, if they had been obliged, it was always a no. In fact, I don't know of any of those groups, and I could be wrong, that any of them had any of their asks obliged. And cumulatively, these would have been dozens of asks. And I think if we don't somehow incorporate the community's perspective reflected in metrics for the evaluation, then we're never going to see the reform that the community has been demanding. And I'm desperately hoping that the board figures out a way to create an evaluation structure that is representative not only of DTSC's aims and priorities, but those of the community that they're representing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Bud Rice. We're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Bud Rice. I'm with the California Automotive Business Coalition, CalABC, and I just have a couple of quick comments. You've made, I think Director Butler, I think you had made some of these comments. It's difficult for the business community to try to keep everything straight. If there's different groups that are in charge of different components of things, then the business community is trying to make sure that they adhere to all of the different rules and regulations that may be in play. And this may come from the federal level, the state, regional, and all the way down to the city. And if everybody's got different ways of measuring things and different requirements that they have to that a business has to live by, it's really difficult to make sure that you're doing all those things and making sure that everybody's happy. One of the things that was said earlier is that enforcement is kind of the key driver for how these things work. I look at these things differently because I think enforcement ought to be at the end of the train, meaning that it's education that is the primary goal. And if you've got a bad guy, then I would get up off my seat and come over and sit next to you because you got a bad guy that we got to get tough with. But what is it? 99% of all of the people that are out there that you might say are generators of this hazardous waste or this toxic waste stuff, we're trying to do it right. And we're trying to make sure that we're living by the correct rules and regulations and making sure that it's all okay. And then if in fact you've got somebody that's bad, great. You got to chase that guy, but you have to help businesses in the educational side of the thing to make sure that they know what they're supposed to do, they know the components that are in place, and somehow have an overriding umbrella so that businesses can live within the constraints of what the feds, the state, the regional, and the cities are all looking for so that we can be friendly neighbors to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other commenters on Zoom that would like to make a comment on this item? And interpreters, can you please let me know if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment in Spanish? For agenda item number 4, the DTSC Leadership Report and Priorities. One moment while I receive confirmation from our interpreters. Okay, it does not appear that there are any public comments in Spanish for this item. So that concludes the public comment portion for agenda item number 4. Back to you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney. So at this point, we will now move into the board's consideration and approval of the director's annual priorities for each program under the department. So now is the point at which we will kind of reopen board discussion. At the appropriate point, I would ask a board member to put forward a motion, and then we will debate that motion and then go from there. So I know Member Bhatia had asked for the floor, so I will go over to Member Bhatia first.
Thank you. I want to react to the last commenter about any support DTSC provides to permit holders and fee payers on how to be better in compliance with the regulations that DTSC has in place. Previously, we've talked about technical assessment support that DTSC provides to communities, but can someone from DTSC speak to what support exists for businesses and permit holders? If not, I'd love for our ombuds to perhaps
Yeah, we can do this as a
follow up
future
and
request.
do some outreach around it. It's a really good comment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Member Bhatia. Member Brostrom?
Yeah, I'm also interested in that. I thought education, at the front end, preventing harm before we need enforcement. I think that was a very good point, and also would be interested, in what happens now and whether there is, even from the regulated communities in terms of doing a bit of a needs assessment in terms of how DTSC can do a better job there. Maybe not ready for the priorities, but just because it's not on the priorities list does not mean it's not important and something that we can follow up on. I do want to follow up with the SB 673, and I guess maybe an initial question is I would like to see it reflected in here. And I think that the director mentioned that it could be a carryover, and I don't have the language in front of me in terms of what it looked like in past years. But I am wondering if it could be as simple as, seeing if we could just carry it over more explicitly into this version, if there already is, something that we can use from previous years.
Thanks so much, Member Brostrom. I similarly have an interest in that as well. I think that goes to the first comment that I had made, which was I'd like to see the director continue to report on those items here that are listed as partially complete or delayed from the 24-25 priorities. And so the initiation of SB 673 rulemaking is in there and I think would be captured under that. So I think if we as the board make that request, I think that could capture that same goal that you mentioned, Member Brostrom.
My preference would be to go further than just having a report out from the last version. I think it's important that it actually is in this version because it's a public statement that this is a priority for the director and the department, and I see value in more than reporting, but an affirmative statement. So my preference would be to go even further and actually have it into this put it into this version.
Thanks so much, Member Brostrom. So we're still in the board discussion phase. Alexis, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, did you want to comment on this? It's hard to see your hand, sorry.
That's okay. Couple of thoughts here. A few years ago, the board took the then draft director priorities and sought to kind of amend them. And we ended up in a conversation at the time that the director's priorities are her priorities, but the board could certainly comment on them in seeking to approve or disapprove or act on them. One way we could handle this would be, I would offer to work with our executive officer and take all of the comments that have been submitted to date by the board members and that we have articulated this morning, and we could create a document of BES recommendations to the director and post those on our website and use them going forward in our board meetings to kind of keep us aligned with what we said at the time of taking action on the director's priorities, including the interest certainly in the 673 action going forward. So if the board in the motion that may be made wishes to do that, I would be glad to work with our executive officer on compiling those comments and posting them for the public to see.
Thanks so much, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker. Member Gomez, please.
Yeah, thank you for that offer. And I think that's good, but I don't think that gets to what Ingrid is asking. And I do remember, as we were reminded previously in previous years, we were able to incorporate public participation as a focal point that wasn't included before. So I would support, if there is a motion to incorporate the 673 into the document, I would be happy to second that.
Thank you so much, Member Gomez. There's no motion on the floor just yet for this. I think we're still in the debate phase. Member Brostrom.
Yeah, this is maybe just a point of clarification in terms of our role here, because it's a good point. We can't tell the director like what she should prioritize, but given that it's up for a vote for us, what is our limitations of our authority? How directive can we be, or guidance or advice? And I wasn't here for that initial conversation when I think there was a change based on the board. So I guess this would be an inquiry to board members that were here at that point or staff in terms of what is the limitations of our role? What can we do? And what do we have the authority to do?
Thank you, Member Brostrom. Member Bhatia.
I feel that we're using the director priorities document as a proxy for the strategic plan, which does not exist, and there's a gap. I would like to understand if the intent is to eventually have a strategic plan. Are we in a gap here where there is no live strategic plan, or if this is the path forward where the department will only publish a director priority report? Because I think that is going to inform how we think about the priorities that we care about that are not reflected in this document. Can someone speak to that? Grant.
Good. Okay. Good afternoon, Grant Hisao, Chief of Staff of the Department of Toxic Substances Control. With respect to the strategic plan, we are in the early stages of developing a new strategic plan. Strategic planning is a complex process that we're continuing to evaluate. We are making progress as an executive team, identifying key goals and strategic goals for the strategic plan, but that is still in progress. And one of the things that we're trying to balance is where the strategic plan fits in with respect to director's priorities, because director's priorities are statutorily mandated. And so that is part of the process that we're continuing to evaluate. And then with respect to the director's priorities, we can always consider refreshing the director's priorities at a later date, but I cannot speak on behalf of the director on specifics on whether she'd like to include certain things or not. Thank you.
Thank you. If then that the future state is that the director's priority document will live together with the strategic plan, then I feel that the strategic plan is a place where the board could have a heavier influence on. And the director priorities, I would imagine, would be a subset of all of the topics called out in the strategic plan. But then the open question for me, and I don't have an answer, is do we vote on the strategic plan as well? Or is that a document that we just accept? So it sounds like we don't vote on it. So this is our only opportunity to insert things that we think are a priority. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my concern with that, oh, sorry, Chair, I spoke out of turn. Yeah, my concern with that is while we can maybe ask to be involved with the strategic plan, it's certainly not an SB 150A, and we would have very limited authority in that role, and I don't think we could, force our way in. I think our authorities are really around the metrics and the director's priorities, and so if we can fit into these parameters, I think that's where we have the most authority.
There is a provision in SB 158 that talks about the board being involved in long-term planning goals and schedules with DTSC. So while it doesn't say strategic plan, it does say long-term goals for DTSC. So it could fall under that category as well.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yeah, I just wanted to share kind of like the process that we did when we did amend the director's priorities. The director was here when we were having that conversation, and there was a back and forth, a mutual agreement that we were going to accept that. That's not the case right now, so we either do it or we don't, really. So.
We can also, if you want, Chair, bring this vote back up later in the board meeting, later today, or at a future board meeting if you think it requires a bit more discussion and thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think my reflection here is so for those online, the Director Butler is not in the audience here, and so I think that's what's triggering some of these questions. I at least my personal preference is along the lines of what Member Gomez had said, which is that we would have a discussion with the director, and so that it's not the board forcing priorities upon or the director, but it's more of a kind of a mutual agreement. Type approach. I'm not sure the kind of the limits of our ability to do that. If we were to do that right now, I at least interpret the statute to allow the board to do that if we wanted to do right now. But I just feel like for the kind of like sake of good governance, it would be best if the director were here. So I don't know if Grant, if there is, if the director is able to rejoin our meeting at a later point this afternoon, so we could pause consideration of this, and then at that point we could have that discussion. But I don't know if you have a reflection on whether that's possible.
Thank you for the question. I cannot speak. I'll have to get back to you on that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I think we keep this agenda item open and we can come back to it later today once we find out if the director can rejoin us.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, at least from my perspective, I think just before we conclude, well, before we stop discussion on this item, we're keeping it open. We're not taking a board vote at this point. I think I would have 3 requests, I suppose, that I had asked the director, which is first, continue to report on the FY24 and 25 priorities that are mentioned or that are listed as partially complete or delayed. That, of course, includes the SB 673 sub-deliverable of initiating rulemaking, but I would also be open and support Member Brostrom's idea to have that be kind of explicitly added as a new deliverable or new priority, recognizing that it would be helpful to have the director here as well. And then the final kind of request, just for the record, is to, and the director seemed open to this, is having a refresh at a later point, perhaps sometime this winter, that would include the addition of new priorities on the hazardous waste management plan implementation. So is there any other board discussion on this item before we pause for lunch, which I think is the next item? We'll kind of keep this item open. Nothing else? Okay, all right, we're mostly on time. So the plan right now is to take a lunch break. We'll come back at 2 p.m. Everyone enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is now 12:54, and we will be reconvening at 2 o'clock with agenda item number 6, the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. It is now 2:10, and we maintain a quorum by having all members present, with Vice Chair Strauss-Hecker joining remotely. Chair Rakestraw, over to you to continue today's meeting.
Thank you, sir, very much, Courtney. So if you'll all recall, prior to lunch, we had continued agenda item 5, which is on the DTSC Director's 25 to 26 priorities. I now understand that we might want to revisit that. I'd heard that Director Butler's Chief of Staff might be prepared to speak to this issue. At least that what has been communicated to me. So why don't we pause there, see if that is in fact the case, and then we can take up this issue again as a board to see if there is a motion. Grant, is that the case? Over to you if it is.
Good afternoon. Grant Hisao, Chief of Staff at Department of Toxic Substances Control. Director Butler, unfortunately, is unavailable. However, during your lunch break, I had the opportunity to connect with her. And I just want to restate a commitment that the director made to the board earlier today, and that is that she had committed that we'd continue to report on the partially completed deliverables from fiscal year 24-25. Which includes the implementation of SB 673. And so that's a firm commitment that we are making, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant. With that, we'll now open the board up for discussion. If we have a motion, if there are any further clarifying questions for Grant or DTSC colleagues in the audience here. Member Brostrom, please.
Yeah, so I appreciate that commitment. During the break, I looked back at SB 158 to figure out our parameters here. And the language, basically refers to our authority to review and consider for approval the director's priorities. And so to me, we have a couple of choices in front of us. So I interpret this that we can approve, or we can say we don't approve and give further direction to DTSC. I don't know that we can draft ourselves things that we would like to see in these directors' priorities. So I think those are the two choices in front of us. And I want to suggest that we potentially take a vote today to conditionally approve the priorities with the direction that that there's additional steps to incorporate SB 673 into this year's director's priorities, as well as, put down this commitment to continue, reporting and working towards the 2024-25 director's priorities. So I think that we can move forward today with a conditional approval, and that will give an opportunity for us both to make a decision today, which I do think it's important that we take the votes that we are meant to, but also, and give the direction through that vote, and then allow DTSC to incorporate our guidance into the version. So I wanted to see how that landed with folks.
Before board members speak, can I just ask the distinction, since we have received a commitment on continuing the 24-25 deliverables, is there a difference of conditionally approving versus just approving, since it seems like we have that commitment now?
I mean, to me, it's important that SB 673 appear in this document as a statement of how important it is, given it is, probably the thing that we have heard in front of this board more than any other issue. So because of that, and, I believe it is a priority for the department. So I would prefer that it actually be in this year's as a priority that's stated in this document, as opposed to just reporting on the previous years.
Thanks very much, Member Brostrom. There are others that want to come in, or I can speak to this. Member Bhatia?
So my perspective is that I'm comfortable moving forward with the director's priorities with this understanding that the priorities will reflect the reporting on the items that were carried over from last year. But I think this discussion is raising a broader point for me, which is that we want to engage with DTSC on the overall direction, the long-term strategic planning, and sounds like we're really using the director's priorities as a proxy. And given that the strategic plan is being created now by DTSC, how might we create a work stream to engage with DTSC to inform that so that we don't run into the same situation in future years? So do we need, like, can we ask for that to be engaged in the creation of the strategic plan and to shape it? Or are we limited in some way by 158?
I don't know that I have well, I'll first respond to Member Bhatia. On your question on whether we are limited in our ability to engage with DTSC on their strategic plan, I think well, I don't know that I myself have put an enormous amount of thought into this. I do note that SB 158 does contain a mandate for the board to work with DTSC on long-term strategic goals. It's not exactly how it's phrased. I would view that as a core component, or certainly would inform and be related to DTSC's strategic plan. So I think I had asked a similar question earlier, which is kind of how does this relate to the broader strategic planning question? At least my perspective is I don't know that we need to address that issue here or resolve that here in order to move forward on approval or conditionally approving the director's priorities. But I would like to put a pin in that as kind of a request to DTSC and to start that conversation of what that looks like. At least that's my reflection on that. And then on Member Brostrom's question, or proposal for a motion, I guess where I come down, I strongly believe that SB 673 should remain a priority, whether it is a continuation of reporting of 24-25. To me, that feels cleaner for the moment, given that we have a commitment, as Grant had said, to continue to report on implementation of 24-25. And I guess presumably that would also need to be updated in some way if it's a 24-25 priority, and then the timeline for, on this is now 25-26. I do think that there is a question about kind of at what point the SB 673 will be completed. So I think that would be a question that I would have out there. I don't know that we need to address it here, but I think that would certainly involve some follow-on. So I guess where I am at is I am comfortable moving forward, approving the director's priorities with the understanding that DTSC will continue to report on implementation of the 24-25 priorities that are listed as partially complete or delayed, as well as recognizing that Director Butler had specified that there will be a refresh at some point in the following months, including to consider whether an update is needed for implementation of the hazardous waste management plan and the specific timeline there. So at least that's kind of where I am at the moment, which I feel like Member Brostrom accomplishes the objectives that you have set out, but perhaps it doesn't. I think the timeline piece, I guess, is where I think is less clear to me, given that it's a 24-25 priority that is delayed. And what does it mean to continue to report on a delayed priority? So I think what you're maybe asking is, how do we get a timeline associated with a delayed priority? And I don't know if other members want to reflect on that. please.
Yeah, I think what's missing out of this proposal, one is I think as you acknowledge, the goals for last year were to initiate rulemaking. I anticipate that for the upcoming year, it goes well beyond just the initiation of a rulemaking, which we may indeed still see, this year. And so, I think I am surprised, given all that I've heard about DTSC's prioritization of SB 673 and the recognition that it is something that's very important of the department. This document is a statement of what is really important. So the fact that it's not in this year's priorities, to me, is surprising. And, secondly, I think just saying that you're reporting out on last year's priorities is very different than saying this is this year a priority for the director. If it's not, we can't make it be a priority for the director if it's not. I hope it would be, and I feel like all the sense that I've gotten from the department is it is a priority. And I think it should be a priority for the department and the director. So I do think there is a difference between what you're suggesting and what I'm suggesting.
Thanks so much. Member Gomez, please.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same wavelength as Ingrid. And just backtracking in terms of what we do with this document and how we utilize, unless we want to get away from it, but we tend to utilize this for our evaluation. So I'm thinking from that lens as well, if we want to continue doing so, if 673 is part of it, or if we are not, and then have a different process, then it's just something for us to keep in mind as well, just because that's going to impact that process that we do, right? And beyond that, I think 673 is really important. It's been delayed. It has implications. It's got implications to the EJ communities. So there's a lot to it, right? So I do agree. I feel like perhaps in the next meeting that we have, if we can bring this up, and that'll resolve it, but just reporting out is not sufficient. I'm just going to say that it does need to be, it's got to be elevated as a priority because there's a lot of implications to this particular piece of work.
Thanks so much, Member Gomez. I don't know if Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, if there's anything you want to add, or I can continue.
When we refer to SB 673, I'm assuming we're speaking of completing both track 1 and track 2. And if so, I think it would be more helpful from my point of view if we used time at our November meeting for a detailed presentation from DTSC on both track 1 and track 2 with very specific timelines and commitments. To me, I would get more out of that than the notion of whether or not it appears in the director's priorities. There aren't very many things in the director's priorities that are definitely going to get done in the next couple of months. So I would like to see a full agenda item around SB 673 in November, which will give the opportunity for a lot of public comment as well. I am, to pivot for a moment to the notion of DTSC preparing a strategic plan, I am skeptical that anything would be done in the next 6 to 9 months, given other priorities, such as the hazardous waste management plan and how that will be implemented, and numerous other things that are on the front burner. So I don't want to attach any particular utility to a draft strategic plan over the next 6 months. And I agree with Sushma that, that this becomes a proxy for a future strategic plan, but we don't actually have anything like an operating plan, a week-to-week level of insight into the major divisions and what they're doing. And the board is at somewhat of a remove in understanding some of those internal operations. So for me, I don't feel strongly about whether we need to try to compel a change to the director's priorities. I think that we've heard from her chief of staff where she stands on this. But I do think it would benefit us to a greater extent to have a very detailed 673 item at our next board meeting. It's a pity that it is 3 months off, but so be it.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Member Bhatia.
I'm realizing that the implicit assumption we're making is that if something makes it to the director's priorities, it's going to get more attention from the director and from the department. And maybe we need to challenge that assumption is if they're saying that everything in the strategic plan, whatever the draft plan is, and individual programmatic strategic plans are all equally important, then that begs the question of what are the principles that are being used to figure out what makes it to a director's priorities and what does that actually change? Does that mean we get, like, what does that unlock beyond drafting something in other priority documents? I know it's a broader question, and I know that the director is not here to answer it, but I would like for us to understand that so that, again, I'm thinking about the next time we have this conversation is for us to understand what are the principles. If there's some principles, then we can use the same principles and say, okay, this is why 673 hasn't made it because they don't meet this criteria that govern what makes it.
Can I just answer your question? So I do think that there's two things that it does bring is one, you do get a report out from the director at every single board meeting about these priorities. So you get more updates about these items. And then right now it is being used as the measurement for evaluation. So there is that value of putting a lens on these priorities as well as the evaluation. So to answer your question, those are two major things that, maybe some other things. And again, just recognizing that this is not talking about SB 673, but just everything in the department is important, right? Everything in the department is important, but what makes it as a priority for this year versus next year versus what was a priority previously, like everything also cannot be a priority as well. So I think we have to recognize that.
And I just wanted to note that priorities can change from year to year, and maybe something that was, kind of identified as a priority from a previous year, maybe that it makes sense for it not to be a priority, even in terms of this idea that we're going to like track and monitor progress, year after year after year, that could get quite lengthy in terms of what we're tracking. And so, I do think we should allow DTSC the ability to basically change course, right? So, I think it's just another reason to have more explicitly things that are very important and to be prioritized move from one year to the other. So like restated and put into the new document. Maybe the director sees value in reporting on everything that was in last year's. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't opine on that. But I would suggest that if DTSC said like, hey, this is no longer as important, so we're going to put less resources to it, we need to consider whether we want it to continue to, be a constant report out for us.
Thanks so much, Member Brostrom. I guess this is raising a question I feel like that we don't have an answer to. I don't know if Grant or Craig, you're prepared to speak to this, which is, would the director be comfortable both continuing to report on FY 24-25 priorities, as you said, obviously that's the case, but also adding a priority on, I guess it'd be on SB 673, I don't know the exact language, to her 25-26 priorities. I just want to see if we can get an answer to the question that Member Gomez and Brostrom have asked.
As Grant noted, the director can't be here at this time, so I don't want to commit her to an additional priority. I don't think at this time we would add anything, including 673, to that list of priorities. Again, happy to report out on it. I actually do to the conversation we're being had. I think we could go through some of those outstanding items, figure out which ones. I think there are going to be some priorities we realize we can't accomplish, and we have to be honest about that and take them off the list and just update that list so that we're not continually responding to everything. So at this time, I don't think we would I would commit to adding 673 to the list of priorities. But again, as Grant has reiterated, happy to continue having that as a conversation. And as uh, Alexis mentioned, I think we could go back to the team and figure out a presentation and a more thorough update to the board, and maybe that'll kind of inform more of this conversation going forward.
Thanks so much. Is it possible, I do wish that the director was here. Is it possible to get a response from her on whether she would be comfortable adding it to her set of priorities? Or do you feel like you've checked with her and your response would cover what her response would be?
I feel like my response is the best I can do at this time.
All right, so board, that's kind of where it stands at the moment. So where do we stand? Do we have a motion?
I think we have three different options
Yes, we
right
have,
now.
yeah.
You have the one motion by Member Brostrom about specifically conditionally accepting it, adding SB 673. There's also what I heard from Member Strauss-Hacker and I think from Member Bhatia, but I could be mistaken, that continuing it as is, as you know, including the report out of 24-25, as well as a refresh. And then there's the third option of the refresh, right? That these are dynamic, things change even within a couple of months. So there's always the ability for the board to have discussions, further discussions with DTSC. And just like the hazardous waste management plan, in a few months, consider adding and to the priorities after there's a discussion with DTSC. So those are the three options that I see in front of the board right now.
Chair Rakestraw, may I?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry, Vice Chair, I didn't see your hand.
It's always different being further away. I have a suggestion for the board to consider, but it's not a motion. It's just three elements of what could be a motion. That would be that the board would make SB 673 one of our priorities. And in so doing, even though we are neither writing the reg nor its implementation plan, we, by virtue of the tools at our disposal and the transparency that we bring to the process, we can continue to make it a priority at every meeting. And in so doing, work with DTSC to bring this process to a conclusion. So it would be element one, is that the board makes it a priority and makes it a feature of our board meetings until we get to the point that we feel is satisfactory. Two, that we post our collective recommendations on the current set of priorities online with the director's revised priorities. And thirdly, that we create maybe a reporting structure that allows the public and board members to closely track the items from 2024, including the items from 2025, the last year's and this year's, in a format that allows kind of ready viewing and allows also for amendment when the hazardous waste management plan may be approved by the board later this year. So it's kind of those three components would, I think, meet our various intentions here. But I'm not suggesting it as a motion because I'm interested in what my fellow board members think.
I like all those ideas. And I think we can do that regardless of kind of where we move today. I mean, I think rather than in lieu of, but certainly, you know, having a practice of the board setting its own priorities for DTSC, I really appreciate that. And think that would be a good practice for us in terms of how and you know, how formal we make those. I think that's a discussion to be continued, but just in general, I do like that idea. In terms of what we do today, because we don't have the director here, you know, it does make it hard to, you know, kind of figure out how to move forward. And so one idea would be, you know, again, the conditionally approval, with the idea that if the director decides no, like that is not going to be one of my priorities for this year, then at that point we come back and we reconsider next year, like with the benefit of her response, because I think that's what's putting us in a difficult position right now is we don't have that ability to have the dialogue in the public hearing around the director's priorities. And so if we do conditional approval that gives the opportunity for us to say what we'd like to see, and then allows us to have the feedback and conversation with the director. And particularly if there's no alignment, then we can reconsider, given that we have that feedback from the director herself.
I was just going to say you could also delay to November, but I know that's not ideal given that you're already in 25, 26 year. So it's not ideal to wait till November, but that's always an option too. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker also has their hand up.
Vice Chair, please.
Building on what Member Brostrom just said, the board could take action today and schedule a detailed 673 briefing from DTSC at our November meeting and have this very discussion with Director Butler at that time. And if we wish to reopen and amend the action that we could take today, we could surgically do so in November. So we would have both the option to act today, and after that briefing and a conversation with Director Butler, we could always return to this very topic in November if we needed to, without taking into account the entirety of the director's priorities. So that's just an option of kind of surgically going back to amend if we wished.
Thank you very much. So do we have a motion specifically on this? Member Gomez?
If the motion that Ingrid stated, I don't know if that was a motion, but if it is a motion, I'll be happy to support that motion.
I don't remember, Brostrom, not to fully put you on the spot, but did you want to make a formal motion for the board to consider?
Sure. I make a motion to conditionally approve the director's priorities on the condition that the director considers adding a priority around SB 673, and to reconsider this item at our November meeting after hearing her either addition or response to our request for the addition.
And I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Is there board discussion on that motion? Member Bhatia, Member Strauss-Hacker, how do you feel about that motion? How, I mean, so just, I think we're on this board discussion still, right? Of the,
We've heard two different directions here, so just want to make sure if there's any amendments to that motion, because what we've heard from other board members is a little bit different than this motion, so giving room for that.
So two things. One is I feel comfortable moving forward with this conditional approval in good faith. I feel like we've worked closely with DTSC, and this line item was a part of last year's priority. So to me, it feels like not a big ask to also call it out in this year's priorities. But I'm also, the second thing that's coming up for me, which is out of the scope of this discussion, is that we are very anchored on the director's priorities and amending it because we're using it as an evaluation mechanism, because there's a lack of other ways to evaluate the department. And that's creating the tension point. These are the director's priorities, but it's also the only mechanism we feel like we have, or one of the critical mechanisms we have to push out the priorities we are hearing from stakeholders and community groups and so on. So I would love for us to think through, maybe with the board staff, what evaluation frameworks we can use to evaluate the department outside the director's priorities, so that we're not working, sort of creating this tension again of solely being focused on the director priorities.
yeah, thank you so much. So I think, I mean, speaking from my perspective, I am basically what I understand this motion to be is essentially kind of, asking for the director to consider adding SB 673 to her 25-26 priorities. And it kind of recognizes the fact almost that she is not here to answer that directly herself. So I think this is allows the board and allows the director to move forward with these priorities, but just kind of keeps a pin in this question of the priority for SB 673. And so that's at least how I understand the motion to be implemented, or how it would be implemented in practice. Myself, in my short time in this board, the finalization of SB 673 has been, was probably the most common I think that we have heard at our board meetings. And so I do think it is important for the board to be responsive to that. And I do feel like that this does respond to that, kind of given where we are on this particular issue at the time. And I also wanted to particularly thank DTSC for their commitment to continuing to report on FY24, 25, and to consider a refresh as well. I really do appreciate that. And also, thank DTSC and Director Butler for all of her work in considering the board comments before this meeting. We do really appreciate it. So I feel like this kind of leaves us in a fine place. So I think we might be prepared to go for a board vote on this particular motion. So did someone get the motion down in writing? I just want to make sure that we are like crystal clear on what we're exactly voting on. I think our board attorney, Greg, is prepared to speak.
Yes, I understood Ingrid's motion, or Member Brostrom's motion, to be to conditionally approve the 25-26 priorities, with the director to consider adding a priority around continued implementation of SB 673, and that the board would reconsider this item in November.
Thank you very much, Greg. Member Brostrom, does that comport with what you?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, well, why don't we turn it over to Courtney to call a roll call vote, given that Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker is appearing virtually. We have to do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia?
Yes.
Member Brostrom?
Aye.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Aye.
And Chair Rakestraw?
Aye.
Thank you. We have 5 ayes, so the motion passes unanimously to conditionally approve the DTSC Director's fiscal year 25-26 priorities.
All right, thank you so much, Courtney, and thank you to the board and to the public commenters and to DTSC for all your work. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now move to item 6 on our agenda. We're a bit behind schedule. Apologies for that, which is the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report. So SB 158, requires DTSC to make certain permit decisions within 3 years of the legislation or no later than July 2024. For these permit decisions that were not made by that date, DTSC is required to issue a public report explaining why the permits were not issued by the statutory deadline and present to this board a proposed schedule for issuing the final facility permit. The board then votes whether to accept or modify the proposed permit decision schedule. Shana Avila, BES staff engineer, will provide us with an introduction and BES staff recommendations for Glencore Recycling LLC, located in the city of San Jose. DTSC's permitting division chief, Wayne Lawrenson, will then present the proposed permit decision schedule for this facility. After his presentation, we will have board discussion and then open the floor for public comments before we vote on whether to accept this schedule. I want to emphasize that this is not intended to be a discussion of the merits of Glencore Recycling's pending facility permit decision. It's intended solely to be to focus on the proposed schedule for this upcoming permit decision. Each facility has its own separate dedicated formal public comment period to receive comments. So Shana, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shana Avila, the board staff engineer. Before we begin with the continued permit decision hearing, I'll be providing a brief introduction on the statutory requirements for expired permits as laid out in Senate Bill 158, as well as the purpose of the report on permit schedules issued by DTSC. This will provide some important background information as we move forward with today's hearing. Prior to the board's vote, I will also be sharing the technical team's recommendation to either accept or modify the proposed schedule for the permit of the facility we will be hearing today. Let's get started. Senate Bill 158 imposed permit decision timelines for operating permits expiring before January 1st, 2025 and on or after January 1st, 2025. The Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, must issue a final permit decision within 3 years of permit expiration or within 3 years of the effective statutory date of July 12, 2021, whichever is later. The proposed permit schedules we are hearing today, the proposed permit schedule we are hearing today expired before January 1st, 2025. If a decision is not made by the deadline, DTSC is required to issue a permit decision status report within 60 days to the board, detailing the reasons for delays, progress to date, and proposed schedules for finalizing each permit. DTSC must also request that the Board of Environmental Safety, BES, schedule a public hearing to present the report. It is the board's responsibility to evaluate the report and either accept or modify the proposed schedule through a majority vote at a public hearing. In July 2025, DTSC issued a report explaining why Glencore Recycling's hazardous waste facility operating permit was not issued by the 3-year timeline set forth in statute. The report addressed the current status of work completed for the facility, actions and information still needed, and DTSC's proposed schedule for issuing the final operating permit decision. For today's hearing, DTSC will be presenting on Glencore Recycling. Next, I will be presenting the technical team's recommendations to either accept or modify the proposed schedule. This will follow by DTSC's facility presentation. After DTSC's presentation, there will be board discussion followed by public comment and the board vote. I want to remind the public that comments should be specific to the proposed schedule and not on the merits of the permit itself. The technical team has reviewed the July hazardous waste facilities operating decision status report and evaluated the reasons for delay and the timing for actions pending before the proposed final permit decision date. Based on our evaluation, the proposed permit decision schedule provides sufficient time to accommodate the remaining actions. The technical team considers the schedule as adequate and recommends the board to accept the permit schedule as proposed in the report. Now I'll hand it off to DTSC to present on the facility we are hearing today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Rakestraw, members of the board. I'll introduce myself in a minute, but first I want to introduce the permitting division. I wish you could see their faces here today, but DTSC's permitting division, every one of us developed a strategic plan, since you were talking about strategic plans, and a vision to describe the world that we envision with our work. The goals that we laid out in that strategic plan include implementing hazardous waste laws and regulations effectively, proactively involving Californians in decisions that affect them, and implementing sustainable fiscal responsibility. Our core values laid out in the strategic plan come from what we all value and what we want to see in our own group moving forward. We have integrity, we're effective. You'll see that we strive for excellence through continuous improvement. We're accountable and we value collaboration with other DTSC experts, local governments, and communities. My name is Wayne Lorenzen. I'm honored and I'm proud to manage, lead, and represent the permitting division at DTSC. So I have 3 slides here, this being the first one. It'll be very short, but the purpose of this presentation is to present to the board a proposed schedule for issuing the final hazardous waste facilities permit decision. Next slide. This is a graphic of the permit decision process. We think of them as 5 phases. But they don't actually all start with the submittal of a permit application. The pre-application phase is something that we see as a significant portion of the process because we've spent so much time improving that piece. It's the most significant piece for improvement for us. But the application starts with that second bullet with the administration review phase, where we do a completeness review. And then we get into a technical review phase. That is the longest portion of our timing for making permit decisions, followed by the draft permit decision, which arguably is the most important part of the permitting process. That's where we collect public input. And then in the final permit decision phase, we consider that public input and then make changes based on the input that we receive. So for Glencore Recycling, this permit was not issued in the timely manner laid out in the statute. We issued the report in July. We asked for the hearing, and here we are to present in the next slide the proposed schedule. So next slide. This slide shows primarily the overview of the Glencore facility. It's a metals recycling facility in San Jose. And I'll describe what comes in the door, what they do with it, what goes out the door. What comes in is metals from offsite. Those could come from universal waste, electronic scrap, electronic components, liquid manufacturing byproducts that have metals in them, concentrates, and residues. What they do when it comes inside the building is they shred, they screen, blend, they do chemical stripping, precipitation, neutralization, and the use of furnaces to melt and dry wastes, all containing metals. And then what leaves this facility are shredded circuit boards, what's called sweeps, which is dust and fines from processing operations, and then ingots, bars of metal that have been formed in a mold. Primarily, Glencore Recycling is an international company. They have a smelter and a refining operation in Canada. So this is one facility that feeds that smelter and refining operation. They ship all of those off. What's going out the door, it all gets shipped to a primary smelter in Canada, and they recover copper and precious metals. Most of what they recover and refine is copper. In 2023, Glencore Canada, not this facility, but the two in Canada, produced 184,000 tons of copper anodes and 325,000 tons of copper cathodes. This slide also shows our proposed schedule. It shows a draft permit decision date of August 25th, which was 2 days ago, which is correct. We public noticed this 2 days ago. We're in the public comment period, which expires on October 13th. And we issued a public notice in English and Spanish, and a radio ad aired last week. And the community update was mailed to residents within a quarter mile of the radius of the facility. Recently, we've been invited to participate in a local neighborhood meeting based on the public engagement that we've issued. So we may end up with comments with this. Historically, we have not had comments on this facility in past permit decisions. So what's remaining left to complete for us from now until January, our proposed date, is we have to let this comment period play out. And then we're going to consider all of the comments that we get. We have to secure our financial assurance mechanism for closure, which is always the case in this kind of time frame. We work that with the facility. The amount set, but we just have to secure the mechanism. And then we issue a final decision. The July report identifies reasons for delays. which include requested multiple lengthy extensions during the technical review phase, Glencore's high staff turnover, and their need to coordinate with their Canadian smelter and refinery caused delays in the review of this application. DTSC identified several issues with the initial application, and then subsequently Glencore hired new engineers to address the deficiencies, which included new take assessment reports, structural reports for a miscellaneous unit, secondary containment certifications, and 100-year floodplain analysis report. They are in a 100-year floodplain. The new engineers required a significant amount of time to perform all of the required engineering work identified in the first notice of deficiency and ensure that all of our comments were addressed. Glencore has been cooperative with DTSC through this process. They have a VSP score of 0, which they've held since 2019, and they're in the acceptable tier. Permitting's proposed schedule for issuing this final hazardous waste facilities permit decision is January 31st of 2026. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shayna and Division Chief Lawrenson, for your presentations. Before we turn to public comment and the board vote, board members, are there any comments or questions that you have for either of the two presenters? Please, Member Prostrom.
I just had a question on, I'm looking at this picture that you had up on the facility, and I'm just wondering that land use that's on the picture just to the bottom left hand, it appears to be a residential, like a very small residential block. Is that, am I interpreting that correctly?
You are. There are residential areas right across the fence line.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. It's always heartbreaking to see these little pockets of residences in such industrial areas. So always look for those and feel very frustrated when I see them. You had mentioned that there was a neighborhood community meeting. I know one of the questions that I had for the RTech team was, that whether there are community concerns that have been raised, and you said like, while previously there hadn't really been any, that potentially there could be this time. So I was just wondering, what might have come up, or what was the engagement like at that community meeting?
I didn't discuss with the person that requested our attendance, but from my understanding, they didn't know anything about permitting's process with DTSC. They didn't know what we were doing with the facility, and they just had more questions. They didn't have any concerns that they expressed to us at the time. They just wanted to invite us to a community meeting in case there were questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Member Brostrom. Member Bhatia, and then Member Gomez. Oh, no, never mind.
Thank you. I have two questions. My first question is, can you help us understand when the administrative record for the draft permit was deemed complete?
For the draft permit, what do you mean when it was deemed complete?
In your own chart, you showed us the 5-step process, and we had previously talked about how DTSC is trying to achieve the review of the technical review assessment in 140 days up until the first NOD is issued, which is contingent upon the administrative record being complete. So my first question is, when was the administrative record complete?
So we will usually not issue a permit decision until there's 3 different administrative records. There's a draft permit decision administrative record. So that we don't issue a draft permit decision until our draft permit administrative record is complete. So that is complete. We wouldn't go out with a draft permit decision unless it was complete.
So when was it complete?
On the day that we issued the permit, the
Okay.
draft permit.
So maybe we go back to your slide, the 5-step process, and the second step in the process, which is after the pre-application phase, talks about administrative record. Is that a different administrative record step?
Oh,
And when was
sorry, that looks confusing. I see what you're looking at
Yeah.
now. That is the administrative review phase.
Administrative review,
So what
yeah.
happens is the applicant submits, this is when they first submit their permit application. We have in our own regulations, it's not in statute, but our regulations say that we'll do an administrative completeness determination within 30 days. And that's one of our process improvements too, because we were taking so long. But that is what that refers to. We look at the permit application and make sure that all of the different pieces are there, because there's contingency plans, there's waste analysis plans, there's engineering reports, all required in submittals under the regulations. So we make sure all those pieces are complete in 30 days. It's completely different from an administrative record. It's a review.
Got it. So
Yeah.
I'm also using the the discussions we've had on metrics to inform this a bit deeper understanding on the timeline. So 30 days to do the administrative review, and then roughly 140 days to get to the first NOD, and then you deem an administrative record complete.
Yes.
And that is 25th, the August 25th date is the date of completion.
Yeah, we don't have a formal like documenting process where we, clock in the administrative record is complete. So it's always complete at the time we go out with a permit decision. Because it can't be anything like shorter, because we're still like working on public engagement materials, and those are all parts of the administrative record. So
Okay.
as soon as those are all done, we're talking about, a week or two to release all of those things after they're all done.
Okay. So I have a follow-up question, which
Yeah.
is about, as we were being briefed about this, the staff obviously looked into all the materials posted online to try and get a holistic understanding of the facility and then brief us. So obviously in this process, the team worked with DTSC to try and uncover documents that were not posted online. So recognizing here that DTSC is not required to post every document online, and there's a broader digitization problem.
Mhm.
So what I'm trying to get to is how can a stakeholder understand what is the full repository of what goes into an administrative record, and then know to ask DTSC to provide additional documentation so they can build their understanding
Yeah,
before
no,
they
that's a good
provide public
question.
comment. Yeah.
What we try to do is set up repositories near the community so that key documents are easily accessible, and we'll usually do that in libraries, but that's not the administrative record. The administrative record is the complete record for the permit decision, and it oftentimes includes paper copies that are sitting in a file room. So all of our public notices have a statement in them that says the full administrative record is available at whatever office it happens to be located at, with a phone number to call to get information about getting some of those. Because not all of it's available, not for every permit decision, but not every permitted facility has their administrative record in a digital format. There's a lot of paper copies that we still deal with, as you referred to.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, today the process is some documents that DTSC deems important get posted in certain sites, and there's a note there that folks can ask for more. In that note, do you also include a list of all of the available documents?
No.
Okay, so it's a little bit of discovering what might be important.
We're being transparent about everything and opening up all of our files to anyone who wants to come to the file room and look at them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other members who want to speak? I can't see Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker's face, so please someone alert me if she has her hand raised. I have, I guess, a question and a comment, I suppose. The question is, am I right that this is the last facility that is kind of like the long time expired facilities that we're issuing a permit on, meaning like, sorry, issuing a decision status report on? Because we've so far have done, this board has considered Ecobat, Cattleman Hills, Button Willow, and now Glencore. Is that right? Am I right that the long
We
time
hope
expired?
so.
You hope so.
We
Okay.
hope so, but when it comes to timing, we're trying to be, we're valuing protectiveness over timeliness. So when we get into situations where we might need more time instead of rushing out a permit, we may encounter instances where we may delay a decision and have to stand up here and report to you on that. So, but we certainly hope that we don't have to do any more of these.
Well, I guess what I meant is because I know there's like basically two categories of these types of report. There are those that are like the long time expired ones. I think from my understanding, those are the four. And then there's the other category, which is once a permit is more than 1 year expired, then that is triggered as well. I think that that other category, I know that there's several other in that may be in that category in the future as well. And I think that's,
Yeah, and this is one of those.
Okay.
Yeah, so for that category, we're hoping that we don't ever get to that point. Because, on paper, we have 3 years to make a permit decision. It's not actually the case because there's the statute still says a permit applicant, as long as they submit their permit application before the expiration date, then they can get a continued permit. So it's not unreasonable to expect that we may encounter that scenario in the future, but we don't hope for that.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And then I guess my comment was on the, I've only read a couple of these so far, these reports. In reading this one, I feel like it did a good job painting the picture of why there were reasons for delay. So I just wanted to kind of say that I thought this was a particularly thorough decision status report. And I felt like after reading it, had a pretty good sense of like, oh, I get why they're submitting this to us, and I get why this was not able to be concluded in a timely manner. So I just wanted to pass that along.
Thank you. We'll use that positive feedback for future. Hopefully we never have to do it again, but yes, if we ever need to, we'll use that.
Great. Thank you so much. Member Bhatia.
Sorry, I have one more question. Going back to this chart, because I'm fully unpacking this chart, should we assume that each of these steps run in a linear fashion, which is one is complete and the next phase starts?
Yes.
Okay, so we said the administrative review was completed in 30 days, then the technical review started, and ideally the goal is to finish that in 140 days, assuming no NODs, but at least issue the first NOD. So in this case, was the technical review phase complete before a draft permit decision was issued? And how does one, like a stakeholder, understand that we are now done with technical review, we are moving into the draft phase?
Oh, yeah. It is always finished before we issue a draft permit decision. At some point, we have to cut off the technical review phase, whether that's we're done, we're going to deny the permit application, or we have enough information to move forward, even if we need to add permit conditions to shore up areas that may still be lacking in the permit application. We do that sometimes, but at some point we have to finish the technical review. We never issue a draft permit without completing the technical review.
Let me rephrase the question. I think the question is, obviously you're moving to the steps, but how does one board stakeholders understand that you've now moved past technical review? Is there some status button that gets switched, or should we just assume that when a draft permit decision is announced, then that's when we know the technical review is complete?
We, I think it's in regulation and not in statute, but in either, we follow either the regulation or law that establishes that we issue a technical completeness determination before we issue a draft permit. So usually that's done through a letter to the facility.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, I think you had your hand up for a moment, but please.
Thank you. Wayne, I'm offering congratulations to you and the team for the progress in bringing current a number of the older permits, and look forward to when you would never be doing this presentation over 3-year plus expired. But my question relates to one of Sushma's on admin record. For not this older generation that is now being renewed, but for those that are more current and routinely being reviewed, can we expect that the majority of those more contemporary renewals are available digitally. Are we beginning to wean ourselves from paper for the newer permit renewals?
Yeah, we expect that, although we have still have a lot of work to do to change that. Right now, the official record is a paper copy. We do get officially, we have to ask for a paper copy. But the good news is that most applicants are willing to give us a digital copy because it's so easy to do, but we cannot require a digital copy. So the expectation is that the further we go in this timeline, we will get, we won't have many more issues with paper copies in the file room, especially with the 10-year rotating 5-year, whatever it is, 2 to 10-year rotating permit decisions will at some point get to a point where we no longer have paper copies. And we have a long-term vision and plan that we're working with site mitigation on to get our trusted systems in place, to get Chrome Air certification, to change regulations, to require digital permit application submittals, and then put us in that spot where we will no longer rely on paper copies.
That'll be swell. Is that something, do you think, could be in effect within a couple of years?
I don't know the status of that right now. I'm sorry. I wish
Okay.
that I did, but I want to say yes, but I don't know the status. I can check on it for you.
We'll follow up offline.
Okay.
It's just, I think it's hard for board members and for the public sometimes to go find some stuff in EnviroStore. And so having a different roadmap will be, and having more stuff digital will of course be the way to go. Last question is just not directly related to Glencore. What more or less is the universe of post-closure permits?
I'm sorry, I missed part of that. What more?
What would be approximately the number, the universe of post-closure permits? I've lost track of that.
I want to say it's around 30.
Okay.
I don't know the exact count, but it's somewhere around 30.
Okay, that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Brostrom, please.
Just a clarification, and maybe I am misremembering, but I think you said that the statute states that as long as a facility submits an application before the expiration date, it's deemed continued. I had thought that moving forward, that facilities had to submit 2 years prior to the expiration date, and then DTSC would have 3 years to make a decision. Am I getting that wrong?
No, you're not wrong, but there's conflicting language in the statute. There's still some straggling leftover that wasn't included in the language from 158. So far, it hasn't been a problem for us. Everyone's submitting their permit applications 2 years before, but at some point, I think we want to fix that language somehow.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And just from my perspective, I'm also interested in Alexis's question on how to ensure that as much of the record is digitized as possible, and would welcome further conversations on that issue in particular.
Right.
Are there any other board comments on this item before we go to public comment? All right, Courtney, please.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 6, the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report, specifically the schedule presented today for the Glencore Recycling Permit Decision. As a reminder, we are only considering the updated schedule presented today. We are not considering the merits of the permit renewal. I will start with our in-person participants. If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and I'll call you up to the podium. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move to our Zoom commenters. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your virtual hand on the Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. The first hand we have raised is a phone number ending in 5528. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Laura Rosenberger Hyder. I think we need safer metals, like even the copper wire in the store. I noticed like most of them sold in the hardware stores have Prop 65 warnings on them. I don't know whether they're not pure copper, they're contaminated with something. But there's also a lot of other metals like galvanized metals. I also wanted to bring up a wider topic. There's galvanized metals they use for rabbit cage, mouse protection, chicken wire, in agriculture, and lots of it are used, but they all have Prop 65 warnings. There's no safer product. There's no choice that does not have a Prop 65 warning on it. And then when they get recycled, all this stuff, the contaminants like the nickel, I think in the galvanization, there's 2 pollutants. There's nickel and there's lead, like from the solder or whatever they use inside it, or nickel contamination in the galvanization process. Why can't it just be pure zinc? Why can't it not be toxic? Why can't they achieve that? I know it costs money, but maybe we should make regulations demanding that they have cleaner products, or else they should pay a fine to the recyclers so the recyclers can get best available technology, which they really need, and it should be mandated by law. Look at copper wire. I couldn't find, I've made 1 brand out of 10 that was not have a Prop 65 warning on it, because I had to tie my plant, and now I had to tie my rabbit cage to protect my garden from mice and animals. And we're not sustainable. All right, thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next commenter, Angela, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's Angela Johnson-Mazzaro, Smurf Justice, and I know you're not taking comments on this item, but there was just an extensive conversation related to the permitting process that I just wanted to raise 2 observations about. First, I encourage each board member to please go to the EnviroStore page for this facility and click through those links and see what the experience for people who are trying to find out information about these facilities looks like. I don't know if you had the opportunity to do it, but there's no substitute for your own actual experience. And I think that what you will find is it's quite difficult to navigate. There should be a place where communities can get information in a way that's more easily accessible. The second point that I just want to note associated with that, I heard the conversation about the administrative record. We know there's supposed to be a complete record that's available when the draft permit is issued. We talked about whether if it was in paper and where it was located. And I just want to point out for you that I just spent 4.5 minutes Googling this. And what I see on the announcement is that this facility is in San Jose. And Wayne said that they are trying to be completely transparent and making sure that the information that communities would need is available to anyone who would want to access it. Well, the repository is at the Berkeley office, and Google Maps tells me that that's 50 miles away. So I don't know that the system that's in place right now is really effective if we're thinking about what does it look like to have information available. And I don't think that without concerted and directed effort from DTSC, that we're likely to see change in a time scale that matters for real people's experiences in interacting with these facilities. If there has to be another way, and gradually getting there, it cannot be the answer that we have. I think that when you have a repository 50 miles away from a facility, that's in effect making the repository inaccessible. It says here on Google Maps right now that if you wanted to take the train to get to the Berkeley office, it would be 2 hours and 36 minutes. That's not really accessibility, and I don't think that that's really transparency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments for agenda item number 6? And interpreters, can you please let me know if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment in Spanish? Okay, seeing none, that concludes public comment period for agenda item number 6. Chair Rakestraw?
Thank you very much, Courtney. So I think we're now ready as a board to take action on the permit decision schedule for the operating permit for Glencore Recycling in San Jose, as presented by Division Chief Lawrenson. Do I have a motion from a board member?
Chair Rakestraw, I move that the board accept the staff recommendation and approve the schedule as presented.
I second.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a modification, I think similar to last time, to change approve to accept to be consistent with SB 158.
Would you like me to restate?
Yes, why don't we'll go ahead and restate the motion for the record.
It would be that I move that the board accept the staff recommendation and accept the schedule as put forward in today's record.
And I think we have
I second.
we have a second. Courtney, please call a vote.
Thank you. Member Bhatia?
Yes.
Member Brostrom?
Aye.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Aye.
And Chair Rakestraw?
Yes.
We have 5 ayes, and that motion passes unanimously to accept the schedule as presented today. Chair Rakestraw?
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thanks to DTSC and BES teams for joining us on this item. Okay, so we will now move to agenda item number 7. I know we're about an hour behind schedule, but we did give ourselves some wiggle room at the end of the day. So we might be able to still conclude roughly on time. So item number 7 is the fiscal year 2025 to 26 fee rates for DTSC. I would like to introduce Marcus Raymond, the board's senior environmental scientist, to present the staff's fee rate recommendations. Following his presentation, we'll have a board discussion and invite public comment before concluding with the board vote on setting the fee rates for the 2025 to 26 fiscal year. Today, we are also joined by DTSC Chief Financial Officer Brian Brown and DTSC Fiscal Officer Catherine Grant, who are in the audience to answer any questions that the board may have. Marcus, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. In this presentation, I'm going to present staff recommendations for the fiscal year 2025-26 fee rates. A staff recommendations memo can also be found on the website. The board's fee subcommittee members include Chair Andrew Rakestraw and board member Sushma Bhatia and the following support staff: Executive Officer Swati Sharma, Board Legal Counsel Greg Forrest, Environmental Program Manager Firdos Per Mirza, Senior Board Staff Engineer Linda Ocampo, Board Specialist Courtney Bailey, and myself, Senior Board Staff Environmental Scientist Marcus Raymond. The fee subcommittee has also been assisted by DTSC's Office of Financial Planning staff personnel, Brian Brown and Catherine Grant. So today's presentation will cover an overview of the fee rate setting process and the factors considered, the adjustment of fee rate limits, and staff's fee rate recommendations. There are 3 different fee types that fund DTSC programs. They include the generation and handling fee, or the G&H fee, the environmental fee, and the facility fee, which are deposited into the hazardous waste control account, the toxic substances control account, and the hazardous waste facility account, which is a sub-account of the hazardous waste control account, respectively. The board's mandate, as required by statute, is to set fee rates annually for these fee types and to ensure DTSC remains solvent to continue funding its various programs. There are statutory mandates that must be factored in when setting fee rates. BES works closely with DTSC to review the fund balance and determine if there was an over or under collection of revenue in the preceding year. Then there are DTSC's expenditures, which include appropriations and administrative costs. Appropriations are set by the legislature and reflect the expenditures of DTSC each fiscal year. This reflects the amount of funding DTSC requires to run its programs and deliver on its mandates. Administrative costs are a component of the appropriated amounts and include costs to administer and collect fees. SB 158 mandates that the fee rates be set to allow for a reserve in each account to account for unforeseen situations and shortfalls. It's important to note that reserves cannot exceed 10% of authorized expenditures. BES must also consider the fee rate limits, which are adjusted annually for inflation. And now for the adjustment of fee rate limits. The fee rate limit, or cap, is the limit by which fees can be increased by the board. The limit is adjusted each year to reflect changes in the cost of living as required by statute. Fee rate limits are informed by the changes in the cost of living during the prior fiscal year, as measured by the Consumer Price Index issued by the Department of Industrial Relations. The adjustment being made this fiscal year would be a 3.0% increase to the fee rate limits. Additionally, it should be noted that the cost of living adjustment is factored into the appropriated budget in the fee rate scenarios. This helps inform the necessary fee revenues needed to maintain account solvency. And now for the fee rate recommendations. But before I get into the fee rate recommendations, I would like to briefly discuss the structural deficit associated with the hazardous waste control account. There's been a structural deficit associated with the hazardous waste control account for many years, which was an issue staff considered when making its recommendation. Some factors that have contributed to the hazardous waste control account structural deficit include a static fee structure. The original G&H fee rate was set too low to appropriately fund DTSC activities. This is in part due to a reliance on inaccurate hazardous waste data sources. Hazardous waste data taken from paper manifest sources oftentimes overstate the amount of hazardous waste generated, resulting in inflated fee revenue estimates. Another contributing factor to the structural deficit are non or late fee payments. A significant portion of generators do not pay fees or do not pay them on time, resulting in substantially delayed revenues to the department. In addition, the penalty for non and late fee payments was often set too low to compel on-time payment by some generators. Lastly, there has been a misapplication of fee exemptions, which have been more broadly applied than intended. So although improvements have been made to address the structural deficit, such as using better data sources and the setting of fee rates by the board, the structural deficit persists. The Hazardous Waste Control Account Fund has a balance of $10.6 million. This fund balance reflects a loan repayment of $32 million to the Beverage Container Recycling Fund. At the July board meeting, staff presented the board with 4 fee rate scenarios to consider, which included an 8% reserve, an 8.1% reserve, a 9% reserve, and a 10% reserve. An 8% reserve would decrease fees by 9 cents per ton. An 8.1% reserve would maintain the status quo and retain fees at their current rate. A 9% reserve would increase fees by $1.05. and a 10% reserve would increase fees by $2.19. Staff recommends a 10% reserve for the G&H fee due to the structural deficit and outstanding loan repayment, the uncertainty of future funding, and the potential restoration of vacated positions. In addition, a 10% reserve this year will reduce the pressure to raise fees next year by as much as would otherwise be needed. The G&H fee scenario calculations can be found in the appendix. The hazardous waste facility account has a fund balance of $4.3 million, which is above the 10% maximum reserve level. This necessitates a rate reduction for the facility fees. For the facility fee, staff is recommending a 10% reserve scenario, which would reduce fees by $2.5 million. The 10% reserve scenario would help mitigate future fee increases and would help to continue funding the oversight of permitted facilities. The facility fee scenario calculations for the various permit tiers can be found in the appendix. The Toxic Substances Control Account Fund has a balance of $16.8 million, which is also above the maximum 10% reserve level. Therefore, a rate reduction also needs to be made for this fee type. For the environmental fee, staff is recommending a 10% reserve scenario. A 10% reserve scenario would allow for a reduction of over $4.7 million and is the most conservative scenario to ensure fiscal stability. The environmental fee scenario calculations for the different business sizes can be found in the appendix. So this slide represents the timeline of where we are in the fee rate setting process. Today, the board will vote to adopt the fee rates and the fee rate limits. Then, in September, the board will make the emergency rulemaking process to adopt the new fee rates and fee rate limits. By October 1st, the board will send notifications to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration with the adopted rates and adjusted fee rate limits. So to conclude, the staff recommends a 10% reserve scenario for all fee types. A resolution is included in the board materials, and the board will be taking action on that resolution, which includes specific changes to regulations. Those changes and additional information about the rulemaking process are included in the draft public notice that is included in the board materials. And that concludes my presentation. I'll leave it open to questions or board discussion. DTSC's financial team is also available online to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Marcus, for the presentation. So now is the time for board members to provide reflections, comments, any questions that we may have. We'll then go to a public comment period, and then after that, we will consider a board decision on this matter. So who wants to kick us off? Member Brostrom, please.
Yeah, I had two questions. One for the hazardous waste control account. One of the contributing factors for the structural deficit was the non-payment of fees. And I'm just wondering, if there will be continued attempts to collect that and what that would mean for future years, because it seems like, there's a portion, of folks that are not paying into the fund. And so it's being, basically having to be covered by those that are. And so just wanting to hear a little bit more about, ongoing efforts to collect those fees that are due. And then will that be reflected in future years? Like, would we be able to then reduce fees in the future if those non-paid fees get collected?
So I know that SB 156, which was passed in 2025, kind of addressed those issues with the structural deficit. And what that did was clarify exemptions and requires CDTFA to increase financial penalties on generators for late and non-payments. and authorize DTSC to establish penalties for late or inaccurate reporting on hazardous waste generation data. And so in addition to SB 156, the board's mandate, we could adjust the fees annually to try to make sure that, we properly fund our programs. So I don't know if the chief financial officer want to add to that. I know he's online or he's here. Oh.
Good afternoon. Brian Brown, Chief Financial Officer for DTSC. No, your staff report is really very accurate. There are a number of issues that contributed to the revenue shortfall that we had in generation and handling fee revenues. And so as part of our 2024 trailer bill language that accompanied the Budget Act, we did get additional authority to do a few different things to help address that. As was noted, one of those was to increase penalties for late and non-payment of fees. So that is in effect, is in effect for last year as well. And so in addition to that, we had authority to adopt emergency regulations to increase some of our oversight activities. And those are in process. Those regulations were adopted in January, and we're in the process of implementing them now so that we can utilize them this year. And that includes both better collection of generator data through our EVQ system, and by having more accurate data that'll allow us as well as CDTFA to do additional oversight activities and ensure that those generators who should be paying are in fact doing so. And then the other area that we focused on in particular was with regard to exemptions. So there are a handful of exemptions that for certain types of generators or waste that say that waste is not subject to the fee. We did see in our analysis in past years that those exemptions were claimed more often than was probably appropriate. And so we are implementing now, in accordance with those emergency regulations, a process to review exemptions and confirm that they're accurate. So I think all those activities in combination will continue as we fully implement those, will again drive additional compliance and therefore additional revenue over and above what the growth we've seen even so far.
Yeah, and just a follow up and understanding you don't have a crystal ball, but is there a confidence level that that DTSC anticipates recovering all or most of the overdue fees? And then does DTSC go back in time in order to recover from multiple years past? And one thing that I recall from the past is that DTSC at one point made the decision not to try to recover past fees because it would cost more to try to get the non-paid fees. And so just wanting to hear where DTSC is at currently in terms of its dedication and commitment to actually recovering those fees.
Yeah, so I think your question both speaks to kind of going forward as well as looking back. Going forward, I am confident that we will continue to see growth in our revenues based on these oversight activities. It's going to require continued diligence, but we're committed to that. In terms of kind of the looking backwards, that was actually part of our proposal last year, was to do some of that work, and we did work with CDTFA to look at some prior fee payers, some delinquent payments, and we worked with them. I do believe there's a 3-year. Okay, and so we looked specifically at the last year of the generator fee and the first year of generation and handling fee. And so I do anticipate that we will continue on an ongoing basis. One of the strategies that we'll utilize is actually comparing actual returns filed by generator and then comparing that to the generation data that we have both through HWTS, through the manifest system and EVQ, in doing reconciliation, be able to identify where there may be lower or underpayment.
Oh, no, please go ahead. Member Brostrom, continue. And then Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, I see your hand. We'll go to you next.
My second question was around the 10% reserve. How does that reserve compare with previous years or last year? I mean, yeah, this question is for Marcus.
I believe there was a 5% reserve last year for all feed types. So, and that was based on the balance. And yeah, I'm not,
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't here last
It's a
year. So.
healthy reserve to answer. And 10% is the max that the board can go to. So overall, it is a pretty healthy reserve.
Thanks so much. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, over to you.
Thank you. May I ask a few questions of Mr. Brown?
Please go ahead.
3 short questions. I was interested in the loan repayment and how you came to the point of deciding how much in this fee cycle you believe should be repaid versus next year. Is it a 2-year cycle, and how did you divide it up?
Yeah, that's a good question. We the total amount to be repaid again is $40 million. We haven't, as of yet, repaid any of that total yet. Initially, that loan repayment was due at the end of the current fiscal year, but we did get a 1-year extension approved by the Department of Finance and included in the Budget Act this year. So whatever amount we pay this year, the remaining balance is due next year. Our goal was effectively to repay as much of it as we could this year, knowing that we are starting the year with a very healthy balance because we have carryover funds. And so in meeting with the Department of Finance and talking to Cal Recycle, who administers the fund from which we are borrowing those monies, we determined that $32 million was a large enough amount that we could repay the majority of it, a large majority of it, without going too deep into the current fund. We would still have a relatively large balance projected in HWCA.
And depending on how the board would vote today, is that 32 million going to hold regardless of which scenario the board may support?
That's our plan right now, is that we would repay $32 million. Obviously, we'll reevaluate that as the year moves along and we see both on the expenditure side of the ledger as well as actual revenues that come in. We could always reevaluate that, but that is our current working plan as agreed to by the Department of Finance.
And then second question is, you've made great strides in improving the universe of ratepayers for G&H. And I see that where we are now assumes a 78% ratepayer participation, for lack of a better word. And I'm wondering, given that there's a unique set of ratepayers in G&H every year, what could we do to help bring that number up yet further? 3/4 of the universe, can you imagine? I don't know what it is for the federal taxes, but if only 3/4 of us paid our taxes, it would be pretty grim. And I'm wondering, I'm wondering what might we do to continue to bring that number up from an equity point of view?
Yeah, and fee payer equity is really one of the key principles behind this fee, is ensuring that each fee payer pays their fair share and pays a share that's proportional to their contribution to the waste stream. So definitely that compliance rate, getting that as high as possible is our goal. I'm not sure that 100% compliance in any fee or tax program is probably realistic, but we want to get as close to that as we can. And so all the activity that I kind of spoke to earlier, the reconciliations that we'll do, evaluating exemption requests, evaluate getting the data in our EVQ system and reviewing that, comparing that to our returns filed to CDTFA. All of those steps are going to help move us towards a higher compliance rate. And that's really been kind of a fundamental goal of this program for the last 2 years.
Thank you. And then last question, I'm noting that there are some unknowns of the variables that you are still with us managing. There's the assumption that all of the SWAP positions would be restored. There's the delay in receiving the federal RCRA operating grant and so forth. And I'm wondering, those both represent a fair amount of money, how that affects what we need to do today.
And I apologize. I heard the first factor related to the budget reductions, I cut position. I didn't catch the second.
The second was the continued delay in receiving the EPA RCRA grant, the $8 million grant for operations of DTSC. And between that and the assumption about swept positions, it just represents a fair amount of money that is still a variable out there that's an unknown. And I'm wondering how that affects what the board chooses to do today.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right. So those are two definitely areas of uncertainty. With regard to the cut positions, so just as a reminder for the board, the budget last year, the state budget included a number of reductions for all state departments. For DTSC, that meant elimination of over 100 positions. And however, in the current budget that was just enacted at the end of June for this current fiscal year, there is a provision in there that allows DTSC, or it really allows the Joint Legislative Budget Committee to review for DTSC and just a small number of other departments, review the list of cut positions and potentially restore them, or some of them. Right now, we don't really know what that process is going to look like, or of course, ultimately what their final decision will be. But if any of those positions are restored, that would of course increase our cost, both in the current year and ongoing. The way we've handled that in the fund condition statements that we developed for the board is we assume that those positions are restored effective January 1st. And that's because that was the date given for the Joint Legislative Budget Committee to make their decision. So we assume, in an effort to be kind of more conservative fiscally, that those positions are restored. And so those costs are built into your fund condition statement. With regard to federal funds, as of right now, we have not heard that our RCRA grant is going to be reduced or pulled, but we do know that right now there is a lot of uncertainty with the federal government and for grants to states for EPA and other related agency programs. And so that is a risk right now. Our budget assumes that we do continue to receive the full grant. And so if that were not to be the case, then there is a possibility that we would look to other state funds, such as HWCA in particular, to backfill that lost revenue or reimbursements.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I'm cognizant that we're running quite behind. So are there other board comments? Please, Member Gomez.
I just have hopefully one question, and that is in relation to certain operators that are not paying the fee. Are there, aside from penalties, are there any consequences to the permits or anything like that? Just curious.
I'm sorry, Catherine Grant, fiscal officer here. In regards to the negative impact specifically for the facility fee for permitted, there's penalties that can be assessed and interest, both administered and collected by CDTFA. DTSC still retains our hazardous waste control law oversight, so there are some levers that DTSC could pull in. Really, mainly it's related to actually suspending or pulling the payment, but that is, or excuse me, pulling the permit, but that's specific only to facilities. DTSC does not have other increased oversight for the other fees that the board sets the rates for.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much. Member Bhatia, anything?
I just have one minor question. We've spent a lot of time working in the subcommittee construct, so most of the questions have been answered. My question is, if the positions are not restored, and today we choose to vote on a 10% reserve based on the staff recommendation, what happens with those extra savings? Can they be used for repayment of the loan, or what would DTSC do with those funds?
That's right. So if those costs do not materialize, then it's I think in the range of $3 million for HWCA for a half a year, just to give you a sense of scale. And so those dollars would then stay in HWCA and could then be used either to pay a greater share of the loan. But whatever we did with those dollars, it would sort of, we wouldn't look at it in a vacuum of just whether or not that particular cost factor materialized or not. We'd want to look at it in the context of our overall fiscal management for the fund. So we'd look at it in the context as well as what's happening with revenues, for example. So if we saw that revenues were lower than we projected, but we also had this cost savings, maybe those things would offset each other, and therefore we wouldn't necessarily affect the amount of the loan we repaid. So it'd be one of the factors that we'd look to. But your point, I think your underlying point is absolutely correct, which is those dollars would stay in the fund available to support the health of the fund in one way or the other.
Follow-up question, who makes a decision on what happens to those funds? Do we come back to the board, or is that a decision that you think that DTSC finance team makes?
So I'm sorry, did you ask what happened? Who would decide how much of the loan to repay?
No, who decides if there's savings from those vacant positions that are not restored? Who decides if that money goes into a loan repayment or it stays in the fund?
Oh, okay. So that would be something we would work through with the Department of Finance. So over the course of the spring in particular, as we're finalizing the budget, one of the things that we will look at is, again, we'll look at our revenues coming in, we'll look at our projected expenditures, and we'll make decisions with approval from the Department of Finance about whether we can make, for example, the full $32 million loan repayment as planned, or whether it has to be a lower or higher amount. No matter what that revenue or those cost savings would stay in the fund. It would just be a matter of whether or not we make any adjustments to that loan repayment. If we, in a scenario, for example, where we kept the loan repayment the same amount, everything else is equal, but we don't have those costs, those dollars would simply stay in the reserve and would be then calculated towards the reserve the next year. So in that case, you might think about it as helping to pay down next year's loan amount that we would still have outstanding.
And this is possible even if we hit the 10% reserve?
Yes.
Okay. And it doesn't put us over the 10% amount?
No, I mean, it doesn't put you above the 10% amount today. It might mean that if you don't, just as with any of our costs, if any of our budgeted costs don't materialize, if we underspend what our budget authority is, that would increase the amount of funding available in the fund and might put you above that 10% threshold. Similarly, if revenues came in higher than what we projected, that might push you by the end of the year above a 10% reserve threshold.
Thank you.
Thanks. Member Brostrom? Yeah, please.
I'm just curious from hearing from the board staff, the rationale or reasons why you're recommending us go to a 10% reserve. Like, what were the factors that were going all the way to a 10% reserve? Because I didn't quite understand what factors you might be looking at.
Okay, so to reiterate, so one of the factors we considered was the structural deficit, the loan repayment that needs to be made. Let's see here.
And I mean, I guess to clarify, like a 10% versus a 9% or 8%. I think because a lot of these factors.
So, yeah, because, yeah, the outstanding loan repayment, the uncertainty of future funding, right? The potential restoration of the vacated positions, and then a 10% reserve this year would reduce the pressure to raise fees next year. So.
There's also a cost of living adjustment, the 2%, that's always embedded. It's just because of the vacancy sweep that we're seeing lower, but that's also a factor, but.
Yeah, I think all yes to everything that has been said. I think just to put a few numbers on it. So my understanding after talking with DTSC is the structural deficit stands to be about $20 million right now. meaning the revenue is $20 million less than the expenditures. But because there was such a high beginning balance for this fiscal year, that balances that out. And therefore, we are at a weird point of actually being able to consider a fee reduction and also pay a substantial amount of the loan back. So it's this kind of alternate universe that I feel like we're in. So that's $20 million. The loan for next year would be $8 million, but that would still have to be repaid. And then as Executive Officer Sharma mentioned, there's still that kind of regular cost of living adjustment. So if you just assume the structural deficit in the loan, that's $28 million gap that exists. And I think my understanding of the staff's recommendation was basically like, let's put the maximum amount reserve in there, recognizing that even that reserve amount is going to be $13 million. That's still not the 28, but that would basically lessen the impact on any potential fee increase next year. That was my understanding. I don't know, Marcus, correct me if you're wrong. Okay.
Can I add just one more nuance, which is in the conversations we've had with the fee-paying community, we heard the importance of fee certainty, that is almost more important than the spikes and dips. So having a healthy reserve actually allows us to smoothen out those fee implications.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I think just from my perspective, I don't know that I have any more questions, but I think the HWCA seems to be the key outstanding factor here. I feel like for HWFA, for the facilities account, and then for the environmental fee, I feel like it's a relatively easier argument to make to have a 10% reserve. The HWCA one, I think, is a bit more difficult, but I think for the reasons presented, at least I would support that 10% reserve. I feel like I kind of I instinctively want. We've had several meetings with industry groups and fee payers. I hear the concern about fees and the high cost of fees from pre-reform to post-reform, and I completely get it. I feel like we are in this position of having to take a moderately difficult decision now to avoid having to take a very, very difficult decision next year. So at least that's like how I'm thinking about this at the moment, despite the fact that I would love to have, frankly, retain the 8.1% and to make I feel like, somewhat easier decision to keep fees the same for HWCA. I do feel like our mandate is to, compels us to do the 10% reserve, at least in my view. That's my perspective on that.
Sure. And just as you see in your slides, the difference between 9 and 10% is only 1.3 million. And so every dollar counts.
Okay, so we've had board discussion. Why don't we go ahead and open up the floor for public comment? Courtney, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll now hear public comments on agenda item number 7, the fiscal year 2025-26 fee rates. I'll start with our in-person participants. If you'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand and I'll call you up to the podium. Seeing none in the room, I will now take comments from our Zoom commenters. Please raise your virtual hand on Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you would like to make a comment on this item. And for our interpreters, can you please let me know if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment in Spanish? We have one hand raised with a phone number ending 3915. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you will have 3 minutes. Phone number 3915, are you able to comment? And if you're on your phone, you might have to press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Great, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I kept hitting *6, it wouldn't work. Very quickly, my name is Linnea Norby. I'm with the Air Force Plant 42 in Palmdale, California. Can in either the house waste plan or under this thing help us clarify between non-RECRA and RECRA for the hazardous waste generation fee. There are things like PFAS that are not RECRA yet, and we are paying hazardous waste generation fees on that, and there's disputes in the field. So if somebody can clarify the any non-RECRA versus RECRA substance for hazardous waste generation fee, that would be wonderful.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Any other commenters?
We'll
You-
have our ombuds follow up on an answer to that question because I don't think we know it offhand right now. So we'll follow up.
Okay, so we will have our ombuds follow up at the number that we see here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for agenda item number 7, the 25-26 fee rates? Okay, seeing none and our interpreters confirm there are no Spanish comments, that concludes the public comment period for agenda item number 7.
Thank you very much, Courtney. So we're now at the point of considering board action on this item. Based on the conversation to date, is there a motion from any of the board members here?
I would like him to make a motion. I move to accept the staff recommendation of a 10% reserve across the 3.
But I made my comment.
Yeah, good job.
We have a motion to approve the resolution and staff recommendations as presented. Is there a second for that motion?
Could you repeat the motion, please, just for everyone's sake? Thank you.
I move to accept the staff recommendation and the associated resolution of the 10% reserve, considering 10% reserves for all the 3 funds.
Thank you very much, Member Bhatia. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion or board discussion? Well, I will go ahead and I will second that. Is there any board discussion before we call for a vote?
I would just like to reiterate, there's also a resolution for the fee rate limits in the staff recommendation. So I just want to confirm that Member Bhatia, in your motion, that it includes the resolution for the fee rate limits as well.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the resolution and the staff recommendations as presented. Alexis, sorry, not Alexis, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, please.
I have no concern about the other 2 fee scenario recommendations, namely facility fee and environmental fee, but I'm not yet embracing scenario 4 for G&H fees. And I don't want to keep us from moving forward. I just wanted to express my hesitation in supporting the recommendation for G&H. I would feel more comfortable with scenario 2 or 3, but even looking at the recommendation, scenario 4 doubles the change over scenario 3. I just, given the unknowns at the moment, that was my hesitation on supporting the motion.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Are there any reflections or reactions, Member Gomez or Member Brostrom? Any thoughts on this?
I found the conversation around minimizing fluctuations, knowing that, despite what it shows here, that we are in a very large structural deficit, and that if we were able to maybe not take as drastic a move this year, we would be facing a very drastic move next year. So I personally found that pretty compelling. And hearing that, certainty over fluctuations is a priority for the ratepayers, that made me feel more comfortable with this direction.
Thank you, Member Brostrom. Any other board discussion before we call for a vote? For the motion on the table. Okay, Courtney, please go ahead and call roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Bhatia?
Yes.
Member Brostrom?
Aye.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Aye.
And Chair Rakestraw?
Yay. Yes.
Okay, we have 5 ayes, so that motion passes unanimously to approve the resolution and staff recommendations. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much. So we are now on item number 8, which is public forum. So what I would propose is that this actually be the last item of the day. So there's 2 remaining items, which is the review, discussion, and possible approval of minutes. I think I'd move or not. I don't know if do I have to move. I would propose that we continue that item and take that item up at our next board meeting. And these, to be clear, are the minutes from the last meeting. And similarly, I would also propose that we continue item number 10, which is a review of the action items. I think it's just really more of a report out. I think we have the recording and the notes so far. So essentially, item number 8, public forum, we would turn to that right now. We would skip the previously planned 5 to 10 minute break. We would have public forum. I know that there are a number of commenters here who are eager to comment. We have a number of commenters online. I think we're eager to get into that discussion and make sure that we finish up that discussion by the time that we are being asked to leave this room, which is around 5 p.m. So with that, let's go ahead and proceed.
Sorry, just before we
Please.
do public comment, I just wanted to, I think we skipped through this kind of quickly, but now that the board has voted on fees, there's an emergency rulemaking process that takes place over the next a few weeks. So if we have, we've gone through this procedure a few times, we have information on our website, but if anybody from the public has any questions about the emergency rulemaking process, please feel free to contact us, but we kind of summarized it very quickly, but we can, in the interest of time, we can move forward.
Thank you very much, Executive Officer Sharma. Okay, so we're now on item 8. We now invite all of our participants to comment on items that are not on the agenda for the board's future consideration. BES staff will record any action item or items for consideration for a future board meeting that are raised during this public forum. BES staff will then share these with the DTSC leadership team. Our BES staff will report back on progress of these action items at a subsequent meeting. So I'll now turn it over to Courtney here to facilitate our public forum. Courtney.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll now open the floor for public forum for items not on the agenda. As a reminder, you can always submit comments and questions to us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. We will start with our in-person participants first. If you would like to comment, please raise your hand and I will call you up to the podium one by one. Faith? She was all ready to go. All right, you have 3 minutes.
A number, but thank you, Courtney. You have, by the way, beautiful voice. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Andrew and all the board for being so kind to National Diversity Coalition. We're here again and we're hoping that this will be our final comment, that when you vote on November, that you will really consider our request. So, we've been talking about the AMS, right, from the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. The decision sent a strong message that the California will not weaken protections for our most vulnerable communities. But we are concerned that some staff are now rebranding the same idea through proposed changes to the web test. Whether you call it AMS or revised test, the end result is still the same. Hazardous contaminated soil ending up in the municipal landfills near our homes, schools, and parks. Our community is known as recycled by ideas when we see one, and we're asking you not let this come back through the door. Instead, we urge you to Direct the staff time and resources toward the real solutions that protect health and reduce waste at the source. One urgent priority is the lithium batteries. They are already a massive and growing hazardous waste problem, and the current plan does not provide a strong enough vision for source reduction. If we don't get ahead of it now with better product design, producer responsibility, and safer recycling, our communities will overwhelmed by waste stream in just a few years. California should be leading with innovations, which I know we are, but we could be better with source reduction and with contaminant removal, not with old repacked landfill strategies that threatened our neighborhoods. We hope that before you make a vote, if there's any more questions, we would really be happy to, if you want to hear more directly from our communities, just a true problem, specific problem, we'll be happy to help you with that. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in person would like to comment? Sir, please go ahead and come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Thank you. I appreciate the work you're doing. My name is Jeff Ellsworth. I'm the former mayor of St. Helena in Napa County and a member of California LULAC, which is the League of United Latin American Citizens, and is the oldest and largest Hispanic civil rights organization in America, created at a time in our country's history when Hispanics were denied basic civil and human rights. Over the last years, I've presented to numerous state agencies, including DTSC, water boards, OSHA, and the Environmental Justice Advocacy Advisory Committee on this issue of significant concerns with impacts to Latino waste workers at Upper Valley Disposal Service Clover Flat Landfill in Napa County, including significant exposure to toxic wastewater, fires, smoke, unregulated radioactive waste, and a Latino worker fatality. Recent deaths of more Latino workers at other waste companies in the San Francisco Bay Area since the beginning of 2025 indicates a tragically systemic problem from companies operating on direct government contracts and permits. At the recent LULAC National Conference, a national-level LULAC resolution was adopted on this matter that I'm submitting here today. As more Latino waste workers point to systemic problems in reporting water and environmental contamination, workplace safety concerns related to fires, radioactivity, and substandard equipment, as well as civil rights concerns. In light of national events, the commitment to civil rights is up to all of us and each of us on a day-to-day basis at a board, staff, and personal level. It's all of our responsibility. The tragic fatalities and mistreatment of Latino waste workers highlights a larger environmental and public safety problem when waste workers are untrained or fearful to register complaints regarding mismanaged toxic, radioactive, and fire-prone waste that can combust, drain, explode, or otherwise escape into the environment, public waterways, and our communities. It should be self-evident with waste companies profiting under direct government contracts, the mandate to maintain highest standards of civil rights and public safety would be understood as critical and indelible to such contracts, but that is clearly not the case. We'd like to see these matters brought to additional hearings with sworn testimony, as well as stipulations with more effective stipulations for worker protections in government contracts and permits. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair, may I ask a quick question?
Yes, please. Go
For
ahead,
the- for
Member
the-
Brostrom.
For the speaker, can you repeat the name of the facility that you referenced when you began?
I was mayor in St. Helena, Napa County, and the contracting garbage company was called Upper Valley Disposal Service Clover Flat Landfill. And this is a issue I've been looking at for a number of years. And just earlier this year, I heard about these fatalities in the San Francisco Bay Area, in San Leandro at the Alco facility, and in Brisbane at the Recology facility. And so with working with LULAC, looking at our original Napa Valley Waste Worker Advisory Committee, expanding that, looking now more regionally through the Bay Area and California at this issue. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And very quickly, just to reiterate, it becomes a community issue, as the previous speaker said, when workers are afraid to speak up, the problems persist and we don't know about them and they get worse. So thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter, please go ahead and come on up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rakestraw and members of the STEAM Commission. My name is Audrey Perot. I'm a member of NDC. I'm also with LPT Realty. I'm a licensed realtor and a Central Valley and Sacramento County realtor. I also work for a housing counseling agency that serves low to moderate income tenants and homeowners and home buyers. The reason I stand before you today is because nothing drives property values down faster than the perception that a community is not safe and that the community is a dumping ground. And so when AMS was in the hazardous waste plan, communities spoke out and there was a response. Now with the wet test changes, it feels like the same bad plan, just rebranded under a new name. If hazardous soil is reclassified and ends up in local landfills, homeowners and small business owners will pay the ultimate price with decreased values in home prices, inability to sell homes, and loss in consumer confidence, which translates to economic loss. Strong standards protect not only the health, but also the stability and investment in a community. I urge you to keep out of the plan the changes to the wet test standards, and I keep focusing on real solutions such as reduction of waste. California has always been a leader, and other states around the country look to us for solutions, and we need to take a leadership role. So I strongly encourage you to reconsider changing the wet standards so that hazardous waste ends up in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next in-person commenter. Thank you so much. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The 3 minutes is very generous. Chairman and members, Rodney Wilson with Century 21 Select Real Estate here to just kind of echo the comments of the previous speaker. Oftentimes, I get questions from home buyers and investors, when they're looking at communities, the first thing they ask is, how are the school districts? What's the education like here? But as consumers get more savvy and there's more information on the internet about nutrition, what goes into our water, what goes into our air, like what are we breathing? Now I'm getting questions like, what are the local landfills? How close are they to this community? So as we look at these standards, I appreciate you guys getting away from the alternative management standards, but I think, and I also understand and I appreciate that, there's more than just, environmental advocates, consumer advocates, but you have, industry advocates at the table. Perhaps we take a pause, bring all the stakeholders back to the table and figure out a little bit more of a manageable plan that works for everybody and mitigates the impacts to home buyers and investors communities. I mean, California has high housing standards. Like they want density, density, density. How are we going to achieve that if we're butting up against these landfills without taking all these things into consideration? To bring a little bit of levity into the conversation. I'd hate to see a situation where like we have another Aaron Brockovich situation, where there's contaminated water or contaminated soil. I've heard horror stories. I'm not a scientist by any stretch of the imagination. I'm a business person, and a legislative and regulatory lobbyist. But I think that there's absolutely some room here to have a little bit more discussion. I apologize, I'm late to the game in coming to this conversation, but a colleague of mine brought this to my attention, and I thought I offered like a varied perspective. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other in-person commenters? Please go ahead and come up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Rodriguez. I'm from Time of Destiny Church in Sanger. Thank you for, I just want to say thank you for removing the alternative management standards from the plan. That was the right decision and our community is grateful. The board listened, but we are worried that staff is trying again with a different label by changing the wet test. For us, it doesn't matter what it's called, it is the end result. Dumping more toxic soils in our local landfills, that's still a dangerous idea. We're watching closely for the reverse plans and we don't want to see this proposal reappear in another form. Please direct staff to spend time on real solutions like reducing hazardous waste at the source and removing contaminants from our environment. I also like to say that I was affected by hazardous waste through the water system. I was diagnosed with H. pylori, not just me, but my whole household. And due to that, it caused the bacteria in our stomach, and we had to take a lot of antibiotics due to the hazardous waste in the water. We had the health inspectors come, and it said it was due to the water hazard. So I just wanted to state that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person commenters? Please come up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Roxanne, and I'm from Time and Destiny from the Fresno County area. I came to the Berkeley one, and I'm very concerned about the situation because we're from Sanger, where the local communities are out there. We're a church, and we do a lot of outreach, and we do run into a lot of toxic waste around the areas, and a lot of people have been getting sick out in those areas, Sanger, Huron, Avenal, just the little communities that nobody really looks at. But it is brought to my attention that it was, they're looking at it again. The board had been approved with the plan that it was going to go ahead and change the standards of it, but now because of the wet testing, they're trying to do something different. But putting hazardous soils in the landfills that were never built they're not going to be able to handle it. Our communities are already overburdened with what we don't want, the weakened standards by the names. We pray you continue to stand with us and direct the staff to focus on true resources reductions, the kind of work that reduces harms before it ever reaches our neighborhood. Please reconsider whatever you guys are trying to do so we can continue to live a healthy environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please come up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Reverend Paul Zavala. I'm Time of Destiny Church. I'm the senior pastor in Sanger, California. We have a church of about 1,000 people. We are deeply concerned about the landfills. We're out of Sanger. We're very close to Fresno, where there's a landfill. And first of all, I want to thank you for listening to us. I went to Berkeley. I came here, and I went to Fresno, and just gratitude and thankfulness because you really don't, you're going out of your way and you're listening to each and every one of us, and we want to thank you for that. But as my wife said, that's my wife. I'm lucky to have a wife like that. So that she spoke about the wet test, about that being compromised. We just want the standards to remain the same and continue to do the testing. Like she said, our communities are overburdened, our landfills are overfilled, and we pray that you continue to stand with us and direct staff to focus more on the true source of reduction and the kind of work that reduces harm before it reaches our neighborhoods and our churches and our cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person commenters before we move to Zoom? Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move to Zoom, and I will take the Zoom participants in the order their hands was raised. You can still raise your virtual hand on Zoom or press *9 on your phone to comment for public forum. Chelsea 2, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Rakestraw and board members. My name is Chelsea Tu, and I'm with the California Rural Legal Assistance, Inc. CRLA represents El Pueblo para el Aire y Agua Limpia, which is made up of residents of Kettleman City. We've been working with Director Butler and other staff on the Kettleman Hill Facilities draft permit and appreciate the staff's time and efforts on this proposal. So we're here today before the board because El Pueblo is extremely concerned about ongoing environmental and health impacts of this facility. We will be submitting a comment letter with specific concerns and recommendations on how DTSC and Chem Waste should better address these impacts and address community improvement needs as you are considering approving the permit at the department. I also want to bring to your attention a few legal issues that DTSC must address before approving the permit. First, as you know, in 2016, El Pueblo and DTSC entered into a settlement agreement under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And while we appreciate staff's efforts to fulfill some of the terms of the agreement, unfortunately, some of the commitments still have not been met. For example, DTSC hasn't considered all of the air quality control measures that are explicitly included in the settlement agreement, and we're not aware of DTSC or Chem Waste has done any environmental and public health monitoring in Kettleman City as required under the 2016 agreement. Second, as DTSC considers this and other permits, it must ultimately ensure that its decisions do not disproportionately impact racial minority and low-income communities such as Kettleman City. And so fulfilling the terms of the Civil Rights Settlement Agreement and incorporating recommendations by El Pueblo and the community of Kettleman City would be a good start towards compliance with Title VI. Finally, we wanted to raise our concerns that DTSC has only completed an addendum to the outdated 2009 Supplemental Environmental Impact Report to this proposed project, which in and of itself relies on an even more outdated original Environmental Impact Report from 1985. Since 1985 and even since 2009, there's been substantial changes to the facility's operations. Monitoring and technology standards, as well as legal requirements, have also changed substantially. And so we urge DTSC to prepare a
15 seconds.
EIR to this draft permit. I appreciate this time to comment, and we look forward to submitting the written comments in the coming weeks, as well as additional conversations with you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next commenter, Ed Mitchell, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you. Thank you.
I'm Ed Mitchell, a co-founder of Never Again Moss Landing from Monterey County. Our stakeholder group of 4,600 members is the largest community group expert in America on being downwind of an uncontrollable fire of a single building, high quantity, indoor ion battery storage facility. In our case, the Vistra Moss Landings Phase 1 100,000 module storage warehouse that burnt to the ground beginning on January 16th. So we have useful insights and corrective action suggestions that we need to be listened to and embraced. First, we thank Dr. Valerie Hanley and 3 other DTSC personnel who met with NAML's co-founders 6 weeks ago and listened to our inputs and requests. At the meeting, we shared one of our top 3 goals: to ensure never again will another community experience and suffer what we have experienced. We also shared that the public's understanding of work being done outside the pollution burn site is far different than DTSC's. Ours, we look at where the plume of pollution falls. So here are a few corrective actions needed to be followed by DTSC when responding to future ion battery fires. Go sample downwind where the plume washes over and drops down to the ground. During the first 4 days of uncontrollable fire, hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of polluted smoke continually gushed out and fell onto Prunedale, California, 7 miles downwind. You can see that on KON's TV's January 17th news show. How many DTSC and MBARD personnel showed up where the plume was dusting? Not one. Lesson learned. Don't be tethered to a 2-mile limit for traveling and taking samples around the burn site. The burn site is not the center of the world. Go to where the pollutants plasters the public. Do your sampling there for PFAs, dioxins, and particulates smaller than 2.5 mgs. Lesson learned. Get prepared and practice for responding to high quantity indoor fires. To do that, DTSC response team need to carry monitors that test for PFA, dioxins, and small particles. Now I'm going to request a face-to-face September meeting to discuss corrective action suggestions that we offer. Lauren Chandler on your staff has our contact information. And thank you for 3 minutes to be talking about issues that affect people's lives. Trying to do it for 1 or 2 minutes like other state agencies is really tough. We appreciate the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Jenny, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jenny Knack with Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab. I want to take this opportunity to discuss the cleanup decisions that have recently been released for the Santa Susana Field Lab. In particular, Boeing's soil documents have been released. Boeing owns 80% of the site. The settlement agreement, which was forged between DTSC and Boeing in backroom agreements that we were warning about years ago, are illustrated in these documents. And they gut, like we warned they were going to, and like they were pretty transparent about showing, they gut the background cleanup considerably. We're looking at them attempting to leave 90% of the contamination on site. So as we talk today about wanting to get into looking at site mitigation and applauding the staff at DTSC, I just want to remind you that we have met with you in the subcommittee groups. We have explained what their plan was. We have laid it out in charts and emails. We've had independent scientists explain and submit the comments. But at the end of the day, DTSC has not taken heed of any independent analysis. And they refuse to change their modeling that is allowing Boeing out of a full cleanup. They are instead allocating $2 million to fight our lawsuit. So as we look forward in site mitigation programs and planning, I just want to remind you the decisions that they're making currently. They have failed to reform in this area, and we will follow up in written comments that will be due in the following months. We will attempt to keep you in the loop, but I just want to make it very clear we have failed to move the needle at our site in terms of site mitigation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Skylar Sakulis, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Skylar.
Hello, my name is Skylar Sakulis from Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. I'm here to share ongoing concerns I have about DTSC upholding its responsibility to protect the environment and communities specifically along the shoreline in California. Green Action and many others continue to bring up the concern of capping or robust containment to remediate shoreline contamination when it is insufficient with the threat of sea level rise and groundwater rise. As you are likely all aware, the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard Superfund site and Treasure Island, two shoreline contaminated sites,
Skylar, are you still there? I think the audio might have gone out. Oh, I don't see anymore. Well, Skylar, if you're able to hop back on, that would be great. We'll continue with another commenter, but we'll keep an eye out for you to come back on. Okay, so for Brian of the Unidos Network, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Cadena, and I am a member of El Pueblo. First, I want to address the legal framework guiding this process. SB 673 requires DTSC to consider conducting a thorough and adequate community vulnerability assessment before making permitting decisions. We understand that DTSC has proposed a community vulnerability and health risk assessment framework. Yet, in reviewing the draft permit and the vulnerability assessment for Waste Management's Kettleman Hills facility, it is clear that DTSC has failed to fully meet this requirement. This is failure of DTSC in fully implementing SB 673 is unacceptable. These delays have left communities like mine waiting years for the very important information and analysis that should have been completed and available to guide the permitting process. By not finalizing and applying SB 673 criteria in a timely manner, the board has delayed critical tools and protections that would allow DTSC to accurately evaluate cumulative impacts and vulnerability in Kettleman City. The result is a process that moves forward without the full picture, putting my community at greater risk. Second, I want to ground this in what it means for the real people. Kettleman City has long carried the weight of being home to the largest hazardous waste landfill on the West Coast. Families here live with the health and environmental consequences of this facility every day, yet our community continues to lack even the most basic investments in infrastructure, health services, and quality of life improvements. If waste management is to continue operating here, there must be clear and tangible community improvements, including street infrastructure, upgrades like paved roads, sidewalks, and lighting, direct community investments into healthcare access, educational programming, and affordable housing, and ongoing support for the Kettleman City Community Center, which is one of the only spaces where residents can gather, access resources, and organize. These are not luxuries. These are necessities for a community that has shouldered disproportionate burdens for far too long. So today, I ask DTSC and the board, how can a permit move forward when the required vulnerability assessment under SB 673 remains inadequate? And how can this community be asked to carry another decade of toxic waste without long overdue investments and protections in place? On behalf of El Pueblo and the residents of Kettleman City, I urge you to pause this process, strengthen the vulnerability analysis, and ensure the residents' needs are addressed before any final decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We do have Skylar back on the line. So Skylar, I'm going to invite you to unmute. So please accept the invitation and hopefully all will be well.
Hi, thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. I will just restart my comment. Thanks for giving me a second chance. All right. Hi again. My name is Skylar Sakulis from Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. I'm here to share ongoing concerns I have about DTSC upholding its responsibility to protect the environment and communities, specifically along the shoreline in California. Green Action and many others continue to bring up the concern of capping or robust containment to remediate sea level rise and groundwater rise. As you are likely all aware, the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard Superfund site and Treasure Island, two shoreline contaminated sites in San Francisco, are both partially remediated with caps, meaning there's buried toxic and radioactive waste at these sites. DTSC must use and enforce its 2023 sea level rise guidance to ensure no capping or containment is allowed and that all previously capped sites are properly remediated with no waste left in place. The city of San Francisco has massive redevelopment plans for the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard and Treasure Island, with thousands of new homes proposed, and DTSC must ensure these areas are safe for both current and future residents. Building on Ed's previous comment today, I'm also here to express concern about the unaddressed negative effects on people and the environment from the Moss Landing battery fire in January of this year. Vistra, the battery storage company responsible for the fire, has been able to publicly claim that, quote, multiple agencies and organizations have monitored local air, water, and soil. To date, no risks to public health have been observed, end quote. And we know this isn't true. Hundreds, potentially thousands of testimonials from in and around Moss Landing say otherwise. The community-funded and collected data finding elevated levels of heavy metals also says otherwise. And we know that there was and still is a negative impact on public health with immediate and lasting symptoms felt throughout the community as a result of the fire. We acknowledge and appreciate DTSC's communications with us and the community group Never Again Moss Landing, but we have yet to see urgency in data processing or testing, accountability for Vistra, or answers to all of our questions and concerns. We need safe, transparent, and just waste disposal, proper and thorough testing with community oversight, and remediation methods that don't involve leaving waste place specifically for shoreline contaminated sites. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Miguel Alatorre. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
This is Miguel Alatorre, and today I'm representing El Pueblo para el Aire y Agua Limpia de Kettleman City. I want to be very clear. DTSC's draft permit for the Kettleman Hills facility fails to address and mitigate major impacts that our community continues to live with every day. These include air quality impacts, traffic and safety risks from the heavy diesel truck traffic, and water quality concerns. In our previous comments, we provided detailed recommendations to strengthen protections, for example, requiring stricter air monitoring, stronger truck traffic safety controls, and enforceable safeguards for water quality. Yet none of these have been adequately incorporated into this permit. DTSC has also failed to uphold its obligations under the 2016 Civil Rights Settlement Agreement. That agreement required adequate monitoring in Kettleman City to protect residents, but to this day, monitoring remains insufficient and our community remains at risk. We urge DTSC to honor its responsibility to this community by strengthening this permit and adopting the recommendations we submitted and ensuring real accountability and protections for Kettleman City's families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Angela B. We'll invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes. Angela B.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. My name is Angela Borayo, and I lived in Kettleman City for over 40, maybe to 50 years. And I am also a member of People for Clean Air and Water. As you know, as you can see, I live about 2 miles from this facility. My main concern is our safety and our health. I would like to see improvements in our community needs, reducing pollution. Chem Waste has not provided its fair share. I would also like to see them, Chem Waste and DTSC, work with to ensure our community needs are met and keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, we have the Samsung S908U. We'll invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Genesis Perez, a third generation from El Pueblo member Angela Barayo. Our town is within a 5-mile radius from a waste management facility. My concerns with being brought to these vulnerable communities is the new health risks. Before approving the permit, I was wondering how high did the percentage of health illnesses are caused by these new materials, and what DTSC is planning to do.
I think we're having some technical difficulties. Can you repeat that last sentence? Can you hear us? Okay, we'll try again after the next commenter, so hang in there. Shirlitha Holmes Box, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. You'll have 3
Okay,
minutes.
fantastic. I don't need the 3 minutes as in the interest of time because I'm watching the clock as you are. My name is Shirlitha Holmes Box from Green Action. And as my colleague Skylar Sakulis has eloquently stated, made the comments that I support, I just wanted to go on record at this time to echo each and every word that she has delivered. And to also say that we are excited and happy that you did in fact adopt the sea level rise guidance, but we do need to have more work and we have submitted those comments in writing. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, it looks like we're going to ask to unmute. We'll try that public comment one more time, and if it doesn't work, we can try, you could submit your comments through the email.
Are you able to hear me a little better?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Genesis Perez, a third generation from El Pueblo member Angela Brayo. Our town is within a 5-mile radius from a waste management facility called Carmen City. My concern with this new material being brought near these vulnerable communities is the new health risks being brought with them. And before approving the permits, I would love for the public testing results to be shared with the surrounding communities and what DTSC is planning to do for the communities. Because I have not seen anything being done to help us be being notified with these factors around us.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comment, Ms. Perez? Okay. Thank you very much for your comment. For our Spanish interpreters, if you have anyone in Zoom that wants to comment in Spanish, please let me know. In the meantime, I am going to read a comment that was submitted via email to read out loud. This comment is from Jim Sanchez, a resident of Los Nietos, a member of Neighbors Against Fibrotech.
Jaime, it's Jaime Sanchez.
Jaime, oh, okay, sorry, the letter says, quote, Jim. All right. Dear BES members, while the EJ community recognizes that BES and DTSC face many challenges, we reiterate that your mandate, first and foremost, is to protect California's people, communities, and environment from toxic substances. The EJ community is aware that this requires a robust hazardous waste disposal plan, which not only addresses primary considerations, but also includes adhering to regulations like the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, RCRA, utilization of the established waste management hierarchy before final disposal, as well as the inclusion of public concerns. The EJ community is aware that such a disposal plan begins with a scientific determination as to whether a specific material is hazardous. This involves analysis and classification based on its inherent properties, such as ignitability, corrosivity, reactivity, toxicity, persistent and bioaccumulative toxic substances. The EJ community is aware that such a plan is reliant upon risk assessment to systematically identify, evaluate, and prioritize potential harm, such as exposure pathways, risk characterization, mitigation strategies. The EJ community is aware that such a plan acts in accordance with a scientifically established hierarchy to reduce waste and its associated risks, such as source reduction and waste minimization, reuse and recycling, treatment, incineration, stabilization, solidification, chemical treatment, secure land disposal, containment, environmental monitoring, manifest system, cradle to grave tracking, regulatory compliance. The EJ community is aware that enforcement is carried out through a multi-tiered system of California waste laws as well as federal oversight. Yet despite our awareness and despite the requirement for public participation, the EJ community has been, per se, excluded from the important considerations. Therefore, we respectfully request from BES that we be included in these important policy determinations in order to ensure that a robust hazardous waste disposal plan is established, which includes the utmost environmental protection of the public and the environment. Respectfully, Jaime Jim Sanchez. Okay. And we did receive confirmation there are no additional comments at this time. So Chair Rakestraw, that does conclude public forum for today.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thank you to the members of the public that both commented here in person as well as joined us virtually and provided public comments. We really do appreciate it. So we're now progressing through our agenda. I think we had said that we would continue item number 9, which is on the minutes, and item number 10 as well. So that takes us to item number 11, which is the closing of today's session. I won't attempt to summarize what the decisions that have been taken today, just to thank the board, support staff for their assistance. Also, I'd like to thank our facilitation team who are listed on the slide now or will soon be. Thank you all so much for your support. So unless there's further board discussion, can I have a motion to adjourn? Please.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And Courtney, can you please
Okay.
take us through the vote?
Okay. Member Bhatia?
Yes.
Member Brostrom?
Yes.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Aye.
And Chair Rakestraw.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It is 4:50 and the meeting is officially adjourned.